Good morning. It is Wednesday, right? Yes. Mike. Guess what day it is? Hump day. Happy hump day, everybody. Good morning. It's good to see everybody. I don't want to be too turned. I feel like sometimes when I start these morning streams, I sound like Aunt Brenda. Hi, baby. Like it's too much too soon. People are just waking up. Like it's 7:55 where I'm at, which is Central Time. Also, I overslept. After the live ended last night, I was like, let me just play a little bit of Matchington Mansion, maybe a little Farmville too. Just, just to unwind, as it were. And I did. And then somebody decided yesterday that they were going to turn the heat off in Texas, but it's not going to stay cold. So it's not really worth turning the actual heater on. So I was like, okay, you know what? The bed is a little chilly. Let me go ahead and put the heating blanket or the heating pad underneath the mattress cover and the fitted sheet. So on the mattress, in between the fitted, on the mattress, and then over it is the fitted sheet and the mattress cover. So I did that. Got in the bed. Y'all, I don't even think I played my iPad for maybe 30, 45 minutes. And my body said, lady, go to sleep. So I went to sleep. And I was so snug as a bug in a rug. And I overslept. And now we're here. I woke up at like 7:30. I made that thumbnail right quick. That's why I used a template. Y'all know usually I do my own. It's all original. I've come up with it myself. But this morning I said I got to schedule this. I don't have time to brain right yet. Yesterday I got up at 5:15. I had nothing to do, but I was up at 5:15. Today I have something to do. I can't make it. Let me say good morning to you guys. Good morning, Katie. Good morning, Pointer Lover. Good morning, Nay D, my boo. Hey, Nay, I wanted to ask you, will you be bringing back Bindy's scent for this spring, summer scents? Because I'll be buying it. Y'all, if you haven't tried Nay D's wax melts, you are really missing out. And I say that because I have tried them. I love them. They are the best in all of the land. I have 2 cats. One of my cats, I don't want to name any names because I'm not a snitch, Mac, uses the potty and doesn't cover it up. I'm going to leave it there. Okay. If I have a wax melt going, can't even smell it. I'm just going to leave it like that. So if you haven't tried Nadine's wax melts, you are missing out, and I encourage you to try them. And as soon as I'm done saying hi to everybody, I'm going to drop her link. Good morning, Aries girl. Good to see you. Good morning, girls. Nana. Good morning, Leslie. Good morning, hippie chick. Good morning, Carol. Good morning, teacup Kraken. Good to see you, babe. Queen Bella, good morning. Boss lady. Lisa. Claudia. Oh, it's late for Claudia. 1 o'clock in the morning over there in Australia in the land down under. Ooh. Nadine says, yes, ma'am. Already some in the discontinued, and I made your blister in the sun. I just didn't want to list it until I told you first. See, that's another thing about Nay that y'all don't know. Last summer, I came to Nay and I said, Nay, we need like a summer scent, something that's, reminiscent of, when you are out and about and you're in the sun and, although blister in the sun is not actually about a blister in the actual sun, the Violent Femmes song, That's not what it's about. However, Nay said, ooh, that's a good idea. And she went to work. I can't wait to smell it. Oh, I'm so excited. Hey, Kathy. Hey, Adrian. Let's see. I don't want to miss anybody. Sweet Melissa. Good morning. Good morning. All right. They are already in the courtroom. They've been discussing, just some procedural things. For example, please, cameraman person, do not zoom in on the laptops because obviously the camera is positioned behind the tables. As you can see, let me get out my handy dandy pointer here. In this general vicinity, we already have a box for it. It goes all the way across. So that's happening. Also, let me go ahead and drop Nay's link before I forget, because I will forget. Music melts. There we go. Okay. What else was I going to say? Oh, they asked for that. And you know what I'm really curious about? Now, it's 9 o'clock and the jury, as you can see, they're going to have to change their camera angle. I don't know, this has to be the jury over, well, y'all can't see when I'm pointing at my screen. This vicinity, I believe, would be the jury box. This is quite a small courtroom, or it might just be, I think it is small, but I also think it's the angle that the camera is at, Um, yes, my pointer lover already have a pointer. Me, yes, I do. You guys are the best. Also, I wanted to ask you guys' opinion because I got a comment last night, and I'm not above um, constructive criticism, okay? And I like to get feedback from you guys. I do this. I mean, I love true crime and I'm going to watch anyway. And just it's a bonus to be able to watch and talk with you guys about it. But I want to bring you guys what it is that you guys want. So now that I'm no longer using StreamYard, I'm using Streamlabs. They have all kinds of, things that you can do on a stream. And one of them is the notification sounds when somebody subscribes, when somebody becomes a member, or when somebody sends a super chat. And I got a comment last night saying, and it wasn't directed just at me, actually, it was directed to all YouTubers who said basically, we don't like these little sounds. Stop doing it. Now, I wanted to ask you guys about that. And the reason I wanted to ask you guys about that is because if you find them annoying, tell me and I will turn them off. We don't have to have them. I can just say thank you. I know how to say thank you in my own voice with my own words. So I wanted to ask you guys about that because Streamlabs really caters more to gamers. So obviously gamers are used to hearing game sounds. And so that's why I think, Streamlabs included those in their, things that you can do with your stream. Whereas like StreamYard doesn't have that because StreamYard is geared more towards, streaming to YouTube and stuff like that. If you like some of the sounds, okay, I'll tell you what we're going to do. I'm going to, for this chat, I'm going to turn them. I'm going to turn the sounds like down so that there's not an actual sound. And it will just be, so it'll be silent, but you'll still see it. Let's do that. All right, let me do it this way. So then it's a compromise. We have the little thing that pops up that's cool to see, but we don't hear all of the things because sometimes I will admit it is it's distracting for me too. So especially MK Lynn. What you doing, MK Lynn, you national treasure, you? Good to see you. So there we go. There we go. We're gonna have the little it'll show it, but it's not gonna say anything. There we go. That's a compromise. I just I always think things like that are cool for, like, a hot minute. I wanna see what they'll do, then I see what they'll do, and then I'm done. So, this is perfect. I also wanna tell you guys oh, hold on a minute because I know that I, um, needed to show this. Okay, there we go. I wanted to put the ticker on because I wanted to remind everybody this is live testimony. I don't know what they're going to say. I don't know what they're now. I would imagine that the person operating the camera has already been told that there's going to be grisly pictures shown. They're not going to be allowed to show those publicly. But I will tell you, this is live. When we streamed the Gannon Stauch trial or Letitia's trial, the case to get Gannon Stauch's murder, um, all of the feeds came from WebEx, and they did get shown for a brief second. So I want to caution you guys also. This is all of the trials are serious. But this one involves a child, a baby. Um, and so it's particularly sensitive. And we, I would caution everybody if you need to take a break. We're going to hear some things that are probably going to make us very angry, very upset. And we need to, just if you need to take a break, take a break. This is going to be a tough one. I think that one of the if I don't know how to say this because something that came out of this case is a law it has been passed in Tennessee where it's called Evelyn's law, where it is now a crime for a parent to not report their child missing within 24 hours. And I think that is an amazing law. I'm sad that there is even a law that needs to be passed like that. I also will say this, I expect that we're going to be starting relatively close to on time most days because the jury is sequestered, which means that they are going to all be picked up together at one time to come to the courthouse. So they're going to be sequestered the entire duration of the trial. Sometimes that's a really good thing. Sometimes that can be a negative. For example, a trial that goes on for a very, very long
One stand, please.
trial that goes on for a very, very long time, sometimes jurors will rush a verdict because they're ready to go home. But by and large, I think for the most part, most juries they understand they're going to be there for the duration. They know they're going to be sequestered. They've accepted it, and they're going to listen to all of the evidence carefully and make the appropriate verdict based on what they hear in the courtroom, which is what they're supposed to be doing. So we're going to begin opening statements. Here we go.
Use that chair back there,
Okay.
yours, and you can just sit in the roller chair down here on the flat. No, you can stay up there. While they're moving the furniture, if you'll just raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that you will well and truly try the issues to be joined between the state of Tennessee and the defendant, and the true verdict rendered thereto according to law and evidence, so help you God? Be seated. Can everybody hear me? Can y'all hear me okay? Yes. All right. Before we begin the trial, I would like to tell you a little bit about what
I have to say, Lisa, I agree with you. Lisa says a sequestered trial sounds like a vacation to me. Now, y'all know that being a juror on a trial would be like a dream job for me. I don't care about being sequestered. As long as there's, snacks, I'm fine.
Accusation charging a defendant with a crime and is not evidence of anything. The defendant has pled not guilty to the charges. She
Also,
is
good
presumed
morning,
innocent
Jennifer.
and may
Good
not
to
be found
see you.
guilty
Good
by
morning,
you
Stars
unless,
Align. Good to
after
see
hearing
you
all of the
too.
evidence, attorney's arguments, and instructions of law, the 12 jurors
Good
seated
morning,
in this case
Tinkerbell.
unanimously find the state has proven its case beyond a reasonable
And good
doubt.
morning,
The first step in the
Fraudbusters.
trial will be the attorney's opening statements. The state will tell you about the evidence it intends to present so that you will have an idea of what the state's case is about. This opening statement is not evidence. Its only purpose is to help you understand what the evidence will be and what the state will attempt to prove. After the state's opening statement, an attorney for the defendant may make an opening statement if he should so choose. Again, statements of attorneys are not evidence. Next will be the state's case in chief.
MK says, yeah, if I was on a jury, I hope a lady with eggs shows up. MK, if I was on a jury and a lady with eggs showed up and you were on the jury and the lady with eggs showed up, I would give you my eggs. I'm not big. I don't care for the eggs. I don't even know how to cook them. Ask my husband. He'll tell you all the time. He would never eat eggs that I cook. I don't eat eggs, so I don't really know how to cook them.
Instruct you about the rules of law that you are to use in reaching your verdict. The final part of the trial occurs when the state and defense may present final arguments. I previously told you that opening statements by the attorneys are not evidence. Likewise, closing arguments are not evidence. In closing arguments, attempt to summarize their cases and help you understand the evidence that was presented. After you hear my instructions and the parties closing,
What the F?
use the alternate juror.
Oh my
Jurors
gosh.
will leave the court.
Why is it doing
You
this?
will then begin your deliberations to make a decision in the case. Your deliberations will be secret, and you will not be required to explain your verdict to anyone. Now that I have described in outline form the trial itself, let me explain the functions that you and I will perform during the trial. I will decide which rules of law apply to the case. My decision will be reflected in my responses to questions and objections the attorneys raised during the trial, as well as in my final jury instruction. It is your job to determine what the facts are from the evidence. You must then apply the law in my instructions to the facts, and from that application, you'll arrive at a verdict. The state has the burden of proving the guilt of the defendant beyond a reasonable doubt, and this burden remains on the state throughout the entire case. Keep in mind that the defendant is presumed to be innocent of the charges against her. Thus, the defendant is not required to prove her innocence, to have her attorneys make any statements or arguments, or to produce any evidence. Reasonable doubt is that doubt engendered by an investigation of all the proof in the case, and an inability after such investigation to let the mind rest easily as to the certainty of guilt. A conviction cannot be based on conjecture, suspicion, or mere belief that the defendant is guilty of the crime charged. Reasonable doubt is a high burden, but it does not mean proof to an absolute certainty. Absolute certainty of guilt is not demanded by the law to convict of any criminal charge, but moral certainty is required, and this certainty is required as to every element of the offense. Reasonable doubt does not mean a captious, possible, or imaginary doubt. A reasonable doubt is not a whim, it is not speculation or suspicion, it is not an excuse to avoid the performance of an unpleasant duty, and it is not sympathy. A reasonable doubt is a doubt based upon reason and common sense after careful and impartial consideration of all the evidence in this case. You, as jurors, must decide whether the state has proven beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant has committed the crime charged in the presentment. You must consider the evidence in each count separately. You must base that decision only on the evidence in the case and my instructions about the law. An important part of your job will be making judgments about the testimony of the witnesses.
Well, have a good home visit, Rhonda. We'll be here all day, babe. So if you get done with your visit and you want to come back, come on back. We'll be here.
You ask yourself a few
And
questions.
good morning to everybody joining. Thank you so much for being here. If you haven't done so, give your girl a thumbs up. Pretty please. I'd appreciate it.
Interest in the outcome of the case. Did the witness seem to have a memory of the events he or she testified about? Did the witness have the opportunity and ability to observe accurately the things he or she testified about? Did he or she appear to understand the questions clearly and answer them directly? Did a witness's testimony differ from the testimony of other witnesses? These are a few of the considerations that will help you determine the accuracy of each witness's testimony. In making up your mind and reaching a verdict, do not base any decisions on the fact that there were more witnesses on one side than on the other. Likewise, do not reach a conclusion on a particular point just because more witnesses testified for one side on that point. Your job is to think about the testimony of each witness you heard and decide the facts. Some of you have probably heard the terms circumstantial evidence and direct evidence. These are the two basic types of evidence that exist in law. Direct evidence is direct proof of the facts, such as the testimony of an eyewitness. Circumstantial evidence is proof of facts from which you may infer or conclude that other facts exist. I will give you further instructions on these as well as other matters at the end of the case. Keep in mind that you may consider both kinds of evidence which are considered to be of equal value in the law. The court will not provide you with a transcript of the testimony at the end of the trial. Therefore, you must listen very carefully to the testimony. Each of you will be allowed to take notes during the trial for your own use during your deliberations. You are not required to take notes. Independent memory can be as accurate as written notes. You will be provided with paper and pen if you decide to take notes. During the course of the trial, you should not talk with any witness, defendant, or attorney involved in this case. Please do not talk with them about any subject whatsoever. You may see them in the hallway or at some other location. If you do, perhaps the best standing rule is not to say anything. You also should not discuss this case among yourselves until I instruct you on the law and you start deliberating at the end of the case. It is important that you wait until all the evidence is received and you have heard all of my instructions on the rules of law before you deliberate among yourselves. During the course of the trial, you will receive all the evidence you may properly consider to decide the case. Because of this, you should not attempt to do any research on your own or gather any information on your own that you think might be helpful. Do not engage in any outside reading, visit any places mentioned in the case, or try to learn about the case outside of this courtroom in any other manner. I do not know, well, I do know. There will be media reports in the newspapers, on TV, or on the radio about this case. You are not permitted to read, watch, or listen to those reports. You, as jurors, must base your decisions solely on the evidence you hear in the courtroom. At times during the trial, an attorney may make an objection to a question that is asked by another attorney or to an answer that the witness gives. This simply means the attorney is requesting that I make a decision on a particular rule of law. Do not draw any conclusions from the fact that an objection was made or from my ruling on that objection. My rulings only relate to the legal questions that I must determine and should not influence your thinking. If I sustain an objection to a question, the witness will not be permitted to answer the question. Do not attempt to guess what the answer might have been had the witness been permitted to give it. Similarly, if I tell you not to consider a particular statement that was made, you should put that statement out of your mind and you may not refer to that statement in your later deliberations. You may not ask questions. It is the responsibility of the attorneys to present the evidence. You must decide the case on the evidence presented to you. However, during the course of the trial, I may ask a question or two of the witness. If I do, that does not indicate that I have any opinion about the facts in the case or that I have any opinion with respect to that witness's credibility. Finally, during the course of the trial, I may have to interrupt the proceedings to confer with the attorneys about the rules of law that should apply. In some cases, we may have bench conferences in the courtroom outside of your hearing, and in some instances, I may ask you to retire to the jury room while we discuss the matter out of your presence. I ask your patience because these interruptions are necessary points in the trial where we have to resolve legal issues. If, after your deliberations, you find the defendant guilty of first-degree murder, we will then proceed to a sentencing and you will set the punishment. If, after your deliberations, you find the defendant guilty of any other offense or offenses, the court will set the punishment at a separate sentencing hearing. The jury will not be involved in setting the punishment in those offenses. This completes my opening comments to you. We will now proceed with the reading of the presentment. Gentlemen.
Thank you, Judge. Presentment, case number S-72-869, State of Tennessee, County of Sullivan. Criminal court charge first-degree murder, count 1. The grand jurors for Sullivan County, Tennessee, being duly impaneled and sworn, upon their oath present and say that Megan Boswell, on or about December 2019, in the state and county aforesaid, and before the finding of this presentment, did unlawfully, feloniously, intentionally, and with premeditation kill Evelyn May Boswell, contrary to Tennessee Code annotated section 39-13-202A1, and against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee, signed Barry P. Staubus, District Attorney General. Charge felony murder, count 2. The grand jurors for Sullivan County, Tennessee, being duly impaneled and sworn, upon their oath present and say that Megan Boswell, on or about December 2019, in the state and county aforesaid, and before the finding of this presentment, did unlawfully and feloniously kill Evelyn May Boswell, a human and being, said killing being committed in the perpetration of or attempt to perpetrate the felony crime of aggravated child abuse, contrary to Tennessee Code Annotated Section 39-13-202A2, and against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee. Signed, Barry P. Staubus, District Attorney General. Charge felony murder, count 3. The grand jurors for Sullivan County, Tennessee, being duly impaneled and sworn, upon their oath present and say that Megan Boswell, on or about December 2019, in the state and county aforesaid, and before the finding of this presentment, did unlawfully and feloniously kill Evelyn May Boswell, a human and being, said killing being committed in the perpetration of or attempt to perpetrate the felony crime of aggravated child neglect, contrary to Tennessee Code Annotated Section 39-13-202A2, and against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee. Signed, Barry P. Staubus, District Attorney General. Charge aggravated child abuse, count 4. The grand jurors for Sullivan County, Tennessee, being duly impounded and sworn, upon their oath present and say that Megan Boswell, on or about December 2019, in the state and county aforesaid, and before the finding of this presentment, did unlawfully, feloniously, knowingly, and other than by accidental means, treat Evelyn May Boswell, date of birth November 21st, 2018, a child under 8 years of age, in such a manner as to inflict serious bodily injury, contrary to Tennessee Code Annotated, Section 39-15-402, a Class A felony, and against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee. Signed, Barry P. Staubus, District Attorney General. Charge aggravated child neglect, count 5. The grand jurors for Sullivan County, Tennessee, being duly impaneled and sworn, upon their oath present and say that Megan Boswell, on or about December 2019, in the state and county aforesaid, and before the finding of this presentment, did unlawfully, feloniously, and knowingly neglect a child, Evelyn May Boswell, date of birth November 21st, 2018, a child 8 years of age or less, so as to adversely affect the child's health and welfare, and the act of neglect resulted in serious bodily injury to the child, Evelyn May Boswell, contrary to Tennessee Code Annotated Section 39-15-402, a Class A felony, and against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee. Signed, Barry P. Staubus, District Attorney General. Charge tampering with evidence, count 6. The grand jurors for Sullivan County, Tennessee, being duly impaneled and sworn, upon their oath present and say that Megan Boswell, on or about December 2019, in the state and county aforesaid, and before the finding of this presentment, did unlawfully, knowingly, and feloniously alter, destroy, or conceal evidence with the intent to impair its availability, verity, or legibility as evidence in an investigation. The said Megan Boswell, knowing that an investigation was pending or in progress, contrary to Tennessee Code Annotated Section 39-16-503, a Class C felony, and against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee. Signed, Barry P. Staubus, District Attorney General. Charge false report, count 7. The grand jurors for Sullivan County, Tennessee, being duly impaneled and sworn, upon their oath present and say that Megan Boswell, on or about February 18th, 2020, in the state and county aforesaid, and before the finding of this presentment, did unlawfully, knowingly, and feloniously make a statement in response to a legitimate inquiry by Sullivan County Sheriff's Detective Tracy Haraz, a law enforcement officer, concerning a material fact about an offense or incident within the officer's concern, to wit, the disappearance of the defendant's infant daughter, Evelyn Boswell, knowing that the statement was false and with the intent to obstruct or hinder the officer from preventing the offense or incident from occurring or continuing to occur. The said false statement concerning Evelyn Boswell and the defendant's claim that her infant child was with the child's father, Ethan Perry, contrary to Tennessee Code Annotated, Section 39-16-502, a Class D felony, and against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee, signed Barry P. Staubus, District Attorney General. Charge, false report, count 8. The grand jurors for Sullivan County, Tennessee, being duly impaneled and sworn, upon their oath present and say that Megan Boswell, on or about February 18th, 2020, in the state and county aforesaid and before the finding of this presentment, did unlawfully, knowingly, and feloniously make a statement in response to a legitimate inquiry by Sullivan County Sheriff's Detectives Michelle Gillum and Tracy Haraz, law enforcement officers, concerning a material fact about an offense or incident within the officer's concern, to wit, the disappearance of the defendant's infant daughter, Evelyn Boswell, knowing that the statement was false and with the intent to obstruct or hinder the officer from preventing the offense or incident from occurring or continuing to occur. The said false statement concerning the defendant's alleged lack of knowledge of the whereabouts of her infant daughter and her alleged efforts to locate her daughter, contrary to Tennessee Code Annotated, Section 39-16-502, a Class D felony, and against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee, signed Barry P. Staubus, District Attorney General. Charge, false report, count 9. The grand jurors for Sullivan County, Tennessee, being duly impaneled and sworn, upon their oath present and say that Megan Boswell, on or about February 18th, 2020, in the state and county aforesaid and before the finding of this presentment, did unlawfully, knowingly, and feloniously make a statement in response to a legitimate inquiry by Sullivan County Sheriff's Detective Lieutenant Steve Williams, a law enforcement officer, concerning a material fact about an offense or incident within the officer's concern, to wit, the disappearance of the defendant's infant daughter, Evelyn Boswell, knowing that the statement was false and with the intent to obstruct or hinder the officer from preventing the offense or incident from occurring or continuing to occur. The said false statement concerning the alleged last physical contact that the defendant had with her infant daughter and Ethan Perry's alleged refusal to respond to her text and voicemails regarding her daughter following an argument with Ethan Perry about the custody arrangements concerning her daughter. Contrary to Tennessee Code Annotated, Section 39-16.
Okay, so I know the reading of the charges can be very dry and kind of like whatever, we know. We're here, we know. Okay, the jury doesn't know, number one, but also, okay, the reading of the charges as it pertains to murder, the murder charges, is extremely important, and it means something very specific because they have charged Megan with premeditated murder, okay, which means this was no accident, okay, and they based that charge on the I think if I'm remembering correctly, and I think that I am, somebody will correct me if I'm not, but they based that on the findings at the time of the autopsy, and so that takes away from her, I think, what she's going to present, or what her team or defense attorneys are going to present, that it was an accident. So that means something very, very specific. This means that the state believes that now premeditation doesn't necessarily mean like she was planning it for months. Premeditation under the law can be moments, seconds. For example, if you pick up a weapon of something that is absolutely a weapon, like a firearm, a bat, a knife, something like that, and you use it against another person and that person dies, that's considered premeditation, because at the moment that you picked up that weapon, you knew that at any point when you use that weapon, that could result in the other person's death. So what they're saying is whatever it is that she did, okay, which this is just the charges, so they haven't gotten there yet. But whatever it is that she did, when she did it, she knew what she was doing. She intended to do it. This was not an accident. And, but, yes, Allie is correct. So they added a third, she says they added a third murder charge, which was premeditated after all the search warrant stuff came out. So I think Google searches, but she already had two, but I don't think premeditated until the third one. You're correct. Initially, she was charged with felony murder, 2 counts of felony murder. So yes, that's correct. Thanks, babe. Now, let me say this. Allie is watching the trial with us here, but she has followed this case. She did an extensive um, pretrial catch up over on her channel. If one of the mods would drop the link to Allie's channel, I would greatly appreciate it. And I know that Allie is going to be doing commentary at night in the evening or whatever. And I'm very excited to hear what Allie has to say. We agree on a lot of things, but we also have different perspectives on evidence. And I always think that's interesting. So, yes. No, babe, I know you didn't know, Kristen, you're right. It's boring for me too, except for the murder charge, the premeditated murder charge. Like, yeah. So here we go. Let me unmute it and put it on for you guys. Also, I can present this with, hold on a minute, limited interruptions.
Section 39-16-502, a Class D felony, and against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee. Signed, Barry P. Stavas, District Attorney General.
Come on.
Charge, false report, count 13.
What in the
Grand jurors for Sullivan County, Tennessee, being duly impaneled and sworn, upon their oath present and say that Megan Boswell, on or about February 20th, 2020, in the state and county aforesaid and before the finding of this presentment, did unlawfully, knowingly, and feloniously make a statement in response to a legitimate inquiry by Tennessee Bureau of Investigation agent David Gratz and Sullivan County Sheriff's Detective Sergeant Matt Price, law enforcement officers, concerning a material fact about an offense or incident within the officer's concern, to wit, the disappearance of the defendant's infant daughter, Evelyn Boswell, knowing that the statement was false, and with the intent to obstruct or hinder the officer from preventing the offense or incident from occurring or continuing to occur.
I would love to do that, Allie. You know that.
Concerning the defendant's
Always love
mother,
to panel with you, babe.
Angela Boswell, possibly having her infant daughter, but refusing to share with the defendant the location of her daughter and whether she had custody of the defendant's daughter. Contrary to Tennessee Code Annotated, Section 39-16-502, a Class D felony, and against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee, signed Barry P. Stavas, District Attorney General. Charge, false report, count 14. The grand jurors for Sullivan County, Tennessee, being duly impaneled and sworn, upon their oath present and say that Megan Boswell, on or about February 20th, 2020, in the state and county aforesaid, and before the finding of this presentment, did unlawfully, knowingly, and feloniously make a statement in response to a legitimate inquiry by Tennessee Bureau of Investigation agent David Gratz and Sullivan County Sheriff's Detective Sergeant Matt Price, law enforcement officers, concerning a material fact about an offense or incident within the officer's concern, to wit, the disappearance of the defendant's infant daughter, Evelyn Boswell, knowing that the statement was false and with the intent to obstruct or hinder the officer from preventing the offense or incident from occurring or continuing to occur. The said false statement concerning the defendant's mother, Angela Boswell, allegedly having taken her infant daughter in mid-December of 2019 and refusing to tell the defendant of her daughter's location.
Now, I do want to point out something that I pointed out last night, and I'm only going to touch on it just briefly, okay? And that is all these charges that she's racked up of lying, This is a tactic that law enforcement can and does use when they know or feel very strongly, A, obviously that the person is lying, but B, more importantly, that they are the person that is responsible for the disappearance of another, and that this disappearance of another, the person is no longer alive. And they will charge them with lying to police, Leilani Simon, and arrest them on that and hold them, right, while they continue the investigation. So when we are watching other cases like that are currently going on in Tennessee right now, currently an open investigation, these are tools that law enforcement has at their disposal. I'm just going to leave it there. Okay? So notice what law enforcement does and what they don't do. And I'm going to leave it there. Okay. That's all I had to say about that. Here we go.
To occur. The said false statement concerning the defendant's mother, Angela Boswell, allegedly taking her infant daughter because Angela Boswell believed that the defendant owed her money and that the defendant
What the heck? Why does it do this?
told
Stop.
her that Evelyn Boswell would not be returned to the defendant until the money was paid. Contrary to Tennessee Code Annotated, Section 39-16-502, a Class D felony, and against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee, signed Barry P. Staubus, District Attorney General. Charge, false report, count 16. The grand jurors for Sullivan County, Tennessee, being duly impaneled and sworn, upon their oath present and say that Megan Boswell, on or about February 21st, 2020, in the state and county aforesaid and before the finding of this presentment, did unlawfully, knowingly, and feloniously make a statement in response to a legitimate inquiry by Tennessee Bureau of Investigation Agent David Gratz and Sullivan County Sheriff's Detective Sergeant Matt Price, law enforcement officers, concerning a material fact about an offense or incident within the officer's concern, to wit, the disappearance of the defendant's infant daughter, Evelyn Boswell, knowing that the statement was false and with the intent to obstruct or hinder the officer from preventing the offense or incident from occurring or continuing to occur. The said false statement concerning her mother, Angela Boswell, allegedly having Evelyn Boswell at an unknown location, and that despite the efforts of the defendant to find her infant daughter, she allegedly did not know the whereabouts of her infant daughter and did not have any additional information to provide to law enforcement in their attempts to find the missing child. Contrary to Tennessee Code Annotated, Section 39-16-502, a Class D felony, and against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee, signed Barry P. Staubus, District Attorney General. Charge, false report, count 17. The grand jurors for Sullivan County, Tennessee, being duly impaneled and sworn, upon their oath present and say that Megan Boswell, on or about February 23rd, 2020, in the state and county aforesaid, and before the finding of this presentment, did unlawfully, knowingly, and feloniously make a statement in response to a legitimate inquiry by Tennessee Bureau of Investigation Assistant Agent in Charge, Chris Wilhoit, a law enforcement officer.
That is correct,
concerning
Allie.
a material fact about an offense or incident within the officer's concern, to wit, the disappearance of the defendant's infant daughter, Evelyn Boswell. Knowing that the statement was false, and with the intent to obstruct or hinder the officer from preventing the offense or incident from occurring or continuing to occur. Concerning the defendant's mother, Angela Boswell, allegedly having given the defendant's infant daughter, Evelyn Boswell, to another person who Angela Boswell refused to name, and that her infant child was safe and would have a better life with the unknown person than with the defendant. Contrary to Tennessee Code Annotated, Section 39-16-502, a Class D felony, and against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee, signed Barry P. Staubus, District Attorney General. Charge, abuse of a corpse, count 19. The grand jurors for Sullivan County, Tennessee, being duly impaneled and sworn, upon their oath present and say that Megan Boswell, on or about December 2019, in the state and county aforesaid, and before the finding of this presentment, did unlawfully, knowingly, and feloniously, and without legal privilege, physically mistreat a corpse in a manner offensive to the sensibilities of an ordinary person, contrary to Tennessee Code Annotated, Section 39-17-312, a Class E felony, and against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee. Signed, Barry P. Stavas, District Attorney General. Charge, failure to report a death under suspicious, unusual, or unnatural circumstances. Count 20. The grand jurors for Sullivan County, Tennessee, being duly impaneled and sworn, upon their oath present and say that Megan Boswell, on or about December 2009.
Who knew? He's just reading the charges right now. If I'm remembering correctly, Megan Boswell has a total of 19 charges against her. I do not know what number we're on because, quite frankly, I lost count. Last I heard was 17. I think we might be on 8. We might be hearing 19 right now.
Where the death was from violence, trauma, or in any suspicious, unusual, or unnatural manner, contrary to Tennessee Code Annotated 38-7,
What?
a Class E felony, and against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee. Signed, Barry P. Stavas, District Attorney General. True bill was returned 22nd day of May 2024, and it's signed Sally Sierra, foreman of the grand jury.
Mr. Scott, how does Ms. Boswell plead to each count?
Defendant pleads not guilty to every count.
All right, thanks, sir.
Approach.
General, you have opening statements?
Yes, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
All right, here we go, you guys. Here's opening statements.
Good morning. Today we're going to talk about Evelyn Boswell for a few minutes. In 2019, Evelyn Boswell was a bright, growing little girl, full of life, healthy, learning to walk, learning to talk, doing all the things that a 12-month-old child would do. Which means today, 5 years later, Evelyn Boswell would be 6 years old. She would be possibly in kindergarten, learning to read, maybe taking her first ballet class or her first soccer game, learning to tie her shoes, all of the things that we think of that are firsts for 6-year-old children. But based upon the last 2 days of our jury selection, we all know that Evelyn Boswell is not going to do any of those things. We all know that all of that was taken away from her in December of 2019 by the defendant, Megan Boswell. And her life wasn't just cut short. It's not just a tragedy. Her life was violently ripped away from her. And we can all agree that it's a shock. It's a tragedy when a child dies. It's upsetting. It upsets all of us.
She seems like she's wiping
You'll hear
something.
phrases like "gone too soon." What a tragedy.
Hold on a second. Sorry, Madam District Attorney. She seems like she's crying, or she's looking like she's crying, but I ain't seen one tear yet, and that camera was way zoomed in.
Tragedy too, but in this case, it was a preventable tragedy. There's so much more to this story that you are going to hear. Because Evelyn did not have to die. Evelyn could be here today. And so today, 5 years later, we are asking you to give justice to Evelyn Boswell. During this trial, you will learn that the one person, Evelyn's mother, Megan Boswell, who was entrusted more than anyone else to take care of her, to keep her safe, to protect her, that she failed her in the worst possible way. You will hear proof that the last time Evelyn Boswell was seen alive was December 6th, 2019. You're going to hear that date a few times during this trial. That is the last time that Evelyn Boswell was seen alive. And that was just a few weeks after her first birthday. And you're going to hear from many witnesses who saw Evelyn frequently, saw her all the time, family members, Megan Boswell's friends, that all of a sudden are like, where's Evelyn? Where's Evelyn? We're not seeing. They're concerned. And they would ask Megan Boswell about it, and every time Megan had an answer. Megan concocted a story. And I'm not going to tell you now what she said. You're going to hear that in the proof. But she told all kinds of different stories, depending on the person that she was talking to. And you will hear from those witnesses today. But you will hear, or this week, but you will hear there was concern. But, you know, they knew Megan. They thought they knew Megan, I should say. And so they wanted to trust that what she was telling them was the truth. But it wasn't. It was not the truth. So after December, what happens next? We have Christmas, New Year's. Where's Evelyn? There is no Evelyn. You will not see any proof that Evelyn was seen at Christmas, New Year's. Then we jump to January. The entire month of January 2020, 31 days. Where's Evelyn? There's no Evelyn. People are really starting to get concerned, and Megan Boswell continues to concoct stories of where Evelyn is to try to help people make sense so she can keep this going. The entire month of February 2020. Where's Evelyn? Again, at this point, family is really starting to get concerned that they have not seen Evelyn. And they're asking questions. Months pass. We're not talking about weeks. We are talking about over 2.5 months that Evelyn Boswell is missing. The defendant is not even just canceling her well visits. She's no-showing. She's just not showing up because she knows where Evelyn is. But again, even to the pediatrician's office, she has to concoct a story about forgetting the appointment maybe, or I got my days mixed up. Always a story. Always a story.
Congratulations, Riley. That's exciting news, a new baby. Yay.
So we know now, we did not know then, but we know now that from early December, Evelyn Boswell, even though it had not been reported by Megan Boswell, Evelyn Boswell was a missing child from early December until almost the end of February. She was a missing child. And the only person who knew that, the person who was entrusted to take care of her the most,
Sending
was the
all
only
the good
person
juju,
who knew
titanium.
that Evelyn
I'm sorry
was
to hear that,
actually
babe.
missing. And she just left it unreported. Over 2 months later, finally, Megan Boswell's dad, Tommy Boswell, finally essentially puts an ultimatum down on his daughter and says, I'm tired of the stories. If you don't show me my grandchild by the next day, I'm essentially calling the police. Well, Megan knew she could not do that, and she did not do that. And Tommy Boswell finally was the one to report Evelyn missing on February 18th of 2020. Finally, law enforcement gets involved, the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation gets involved, the FBI gets involved, all hands on deck to find this missing child. She's finally reported missing. But it's important to note that it was not Megan Boswell that reported her child missing. Megan Boswell never reported her child missing. So you're going to hear from December of 2019 until February of 2020, when it's finally reported, that the defendant's biggest believable story that really is probably what kept the family from reporting earlier is she was saying that Evelyn was with her father, Ethan Perry. And you'll hear a lot about Ethan Perry, and you'll get to hear from Ethan Perry yourselves. Ethan Perry is actually not Evelyn's father, but Megan led him to believe that he was the father. And everyone, for all purposes, also believed Ethan Perry was the father. So to the family, they're like, well, that's good. He's stepping up. The father's stepping up. That's good. We're proud of him. And that is the story that Megan Boswell told mostly to her family, to her friends. You were going to hear a lot of testimony about her just telling everyone that Ethan Perry has gotten Evelyn. First, you'll hear that they're trading weeks, but doesn't make sense because people are still not seeing Evelyn. So then Megan took it one step further where he took her to court and got emergency custody, blaming her for something. And again, not true. There was never court. There were no documents. Juvenile court was never involved. It was just another story that Megan Boswell was telling because she knew where Evelyn was, and she had to keep perpetuating this lie. Interestingly enough, she didn't think it through completely because Ethan Perry at the time was in the Army in Louisiana. He lived in barracks, and I think we all understand and know that in the barracks, there's not going to be a toddler running around. But Megan Boswell, in perpetuating that story, she didn't care. She got the entire Army involved in this to go investigate this poor guy who was trying to serve our country in Louisiana.
I forgot about
Pulling
this
him out
part.
of his duty. I can't imagine the chaos that caused, all because Megan Boswell wanted to perpetuate this lie. And Ethan Perry didn't even see Evelyn in December. You will hear that he came in to visit his grandparents on leave. He never saw Evelyn Boswell over Christmas or over December. And we all know why now. But at the time, Megan again tells the story, Evelyn has the flu. She can't come. And you will hear the testimony that no one, not Ethan Perry or anyone else, saw Evelyn Boswell in December. The hard part. From early December of 2019 until later when her body was found, Evelyn was always in the same place. And Megan Boswell knew that. Megan Boswell knew that because she is the one that put Evelyn there. She placed Evelyn's body in a kitchen trash can. Her own trash can from her home, from the trailer that she shared with Evelyn. And she hid that trash can in her own childhood playhouse on her father's property, a playhouse that you will see no one has been in for a very long time, and that it was Megan's. It was personal to Megan, not to anyone else. And you're going to hear that Evelyn was put into the trash can upside down is the best way to describe it, head down, in a bag of trash, filled with food debris, broken eggs, her body just placed in there by the defendant. You will see that there was a blanket tightly wrapped around Evelyn's body, pulled up over her face, and quite a bit of aluminum foil then wrapped around her head. The blanket completely covering her face, the foil completely covering her head. Upside down in a trash can, still in her purple fleece onesie and diaper. And as terrible as it is to say, you are going to hear that she just wasn't placed in the trash can, but then another trash bag was placed on top of her. And that trash bag was shoved down into the trash can, compressing Evelyn into the trash can. That's what we're dealing with today. And you're going to hear proof that directly links only one person to this crime, this horrendous crime. You are going to hear that the only person linked to this crime is sitting at this table right here. You are going to hear it from many witnesses. You're going to hear all of the stories that she concocted, the lies that she told.
I think they're going to save that
You're
part,
going to hear forensic
Leslie.
evidence that links the defendant, Megan Boswell, and only the defendant, Megan Boswell, to this crime. One step further. This entire time, Evelyn is decaying, decomposing in this trash can, again, upside down and compressed. What is Megan Boswell doing? Is she mourning her child? Is she worried? Is she scared? What is she doing? What would a mother be doing? Well, it's not what Megan Boswell was doing. And you're going to hear that because Megan Boswell got a new boyfriend, and it conveniently happened at pretty much exactly the same time that Evelyn disappears, when no one sees Evelyn again. Megan Boswell has decided she's just going to, Evelyn just out of the head, and she's moving on with her life. And she is living her best life, and you will hear that. She has this new boyfriend who has money, or at least she thinks he has money, and she's going to have a better life for herself. Not her child, but for herself. You will hear that she takes trips. She's clearly falling in love. She moves out of the trailer that she was living in with her child and moves in with this guy within weeks into his home in a very nice neighborhood in Bluntville, Tennessee. You are going to hear testimony that Megan Boswell is taking trips to Gatlinburg, to Pigeon Forge, staying at Margaritaville Hotel, all while her child is upside down decomposing in a trash can. You will never hear that Megan Boswell to cover up what she did. Is that what a mother does?
Not a good mother. Oh, sorry, she wasn't asking me. But that's my answer.
So you will hear that when Tommy Boswell reports, it's essentially all hands on deck with law enforcement. Immediately, law enforcement goes into action, and you are going to hear so much proof about how much effort went into finding this baby, how much time and hours worked by every law enforcement agency in North Carolina, East Tennessee, Middle Tennessee, everyone putting their efforts into trying to find this little girl and hoping, just hoping, to find her alive. So then Megan Boswell then, of course, comes clean, right? Once law enforcement's involved, because Megan knows where Evelyn is, so she's gonna tell law enforcement, right? The answer is no, and you probably can gather that by General Harper reading the indictment for about 40.
This is my trial voice, just for those who aren't aware. This is not a death penalty case. If convicted, Megan faces life without the possibility of parole. That's the highest charge she can get.
Of Ethan Perry. Then you'll hear she had.
Bruh.
That's not true. So then she tries to blame her mom, her own mom. She decides to try to blame to try to get out of this because she knows this snowball is rolling down this hill and she's trying to stop it the best she can. Why is she doing that? It's because she knows that she brutally murdered her child and she's trying to cover it up. And maybe she had that hope that Evelyn would never be found. And even to this day, 5 years later, Evelyn would still be a missing child. The defense said something really interesting in jury selection yesterday afternoon that I want to touch on. He said to you, you only have one chance to get this right. Do you remember that? Then he said, Megan only has one chance to get this right. Do you remember that? I submit to you, Megan Boswell has already had her chance. She was gifted with a beautiful child, a healthy, vibrant little girl. Evelyn was.
Okay, so Allie says they have a penalty phase after this, though. There are 2 parts, so it's confusing, but I don't think they're going after death. I'm not familiar with Tennessee courts. So they're not, because I looked it up. It is not a death penalty case. However, in Tennessee, unlike some trials that we've seen take place in Georgia, think back to Leilani Simon's case, okay? After the jury deliberated and they found her guilty, the sentencing phase went to the judge. In Tennessee, it goes to the jury. The jury will be the one who decides what's going to happen to Megan, what her sentence will be. So that's really the only difference. The sentencing hearing goes the same either way, whether it's the judge deciding or whether it is the jury deciding. The state will present aggravating factors. The defense will present mitigating factors. But that's how it works. Did I answer that correctly? I mean, did I answer that well enough for you guys? If you have any more questions, please let me know. I'll be returning to my golf voice now. Thank you. Bye.
Ladies and gentlemen, at the close of this proof, we believe you will be left with no doubt at all that the defendant, Megan Boswell, is guilty as charged in every count of the indictment. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Scott.
I'm just going to pause briefly here so we don't miss any of the defense's opening statement. But yes, titanium, Florida does that as well. There are some cases where if the death penalty is on the table, right, that the jury will then deliberate and they will decide in the penalty phase whether they're going to recommend the death penalty or whether they're going to recommend life without the possibility of parole. However, like in Sarah Boone's case, it was up to the judge. So it just depends, I think, the state, and I think it also depends on the case. For like Sarah Boone was charged with second-degree murder. So it's a little bit different, I think, when it's second-degree murder. But for all intents and purposes, in this case, that's what we're going to have. We're going to have a trial phase, and then we're going to have the penalty phase. I think that one of the reasons that Tennessee did not seek the death penalty with Megan Boswell is because she is young. And I think that they were concerned that the jury would likely just recommend life without the possibility of parole. All right, so let's listen to what the defense lawyer is going to say. Here we go.
Morning. She's right about some things. And this is a terrible situation. There's a child, 13-month-old child, dead in the trash can. There's no getting around that.
Hold on just a minute. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to have you go with the officer.
Uh-oh.
Stand, please.
What has happened? Something has happened. Oh, Lord.
You may be seated, thank you.
What in the heck did the judge catch?
Who are you with? All right. Are you the designated still photographer?
Yes, sir.
If that flash goes off again, you'll have 10 days in jail.
I'm sorry.
The order's very clear.
Yes, Your
There'll
Honor.
be no lights, there'll be no flash. That's disruptive to the jury, that's disruptive to the lawyers, that's disruptive to this process, and I'm not even kidding. If I see another light, whoever it comes from will immediately be held in criminal contempt of this court and taken to a jail for 10 days.
Yes, Your Honor, I'm sorry. I have it on not flash on my settings.
Well,
I
it
moved
went off because it was right in my face.
He ain't playing with you, and the closed captions ain't playing neither because they said
I have a
death.
feeling that one or two of them is going to go to the bathroom, which will mean it's going to take us probably 15 minutes to get started. So we'll take about 10 minutes.
Wow.
Thank you. Court stands in recess.
Yikes on bikes. I mean, this judge is not playing. You know, he said, listen, I said media could be here. I'm going to let y'all stream it. I'm going to let y'all even take pictures. But y'all cannot be flashing. You cannot have your flash on. I don't know why flash would be needed. It's bright as hell in that courtroom because you know that the camera operator person has it lit up like Christmas in there. Yes, Allie. Thank you, Allie. Allie went and found the quote. Quote, the jury will be tasked with deciding her punishment. That trial will begin right after this one. This happens frequently. It happened in, what is a recent one that we just saw? Taylor Shabusiness, if I'm not mistaken. I feel like with Taylor Shabusiness, there were two phases. There was the trial and then there was the punishment. Yes, we're on a little bit of a recess because the judge felt like the jury probably had to go potty. So let him take a little bit of a break. I just think that, you know, when the judge issues orders like that, when the court issues orders like that, you have to be really paying attention and careful what you're doing because he is not playing. And, you know, in the United States of America, okay, we do have the right to public trials, right? But that means that you take yourself down to the courtroom and you attend the trial in person. Okay, that's what that part of the Constitution is actually talking about. Obviously, our forefathers did not think of, you know, the internet wasn't a thing. Hell, electricity was barely a thing. So obviously, that's what they mean. So when this, when a court allows us, the public, to watch it stream, you know, the media has to be. Oh, I just a brief side note. I really liked her purse. It was pretty. I like that color, and I'm not really a big fan of pink, but that color was pretty. All right, that was just a complete sidebar. Let's get back on task. So when they allow it, you got to be, you know, you got to pay attention. You got to do what the judge asks of you. And now getting back to this two-part of a trial. So, like I said, obviously we're having the trial phase. Okay, so that's the first part. So the excuse me, the prosecution is going to present their case in chief. The defense will present their case, if any. Again, remember, the burden of proof is completely and solely on the state. The defense does not actually have to present a case at all. Okay? They don't. It's up to the defense, or it's up to the state to prove their case beyond a reasonable doubt. What I expect to happen is this: the state's going to present their case. They're going to rest their case in chief. Megan Boswell's attorney is going to stand up and ask for a mistrial. The judge is going to be like, nah. All right. Then the defense will get an opportunity, if they so choose, to present a case. They don't have to. If they present their case, they present their case. If they don't, then then they start the process where they go ahead and they do the state and the defense and the judge all work out the jury forms. All right. Then they will come back. They will do closing arguments. Once the closing arguments are done, the jury instructions are read. The case goes to the jurors. All right, to the jurors. By the way, they also draw to see who's going to be actually deliberating on the case, because they have 12 jurors and then they've got alternates. So they decide the 12 jurors that are going to deliberate on the case, and the other jurors that are extra are still sequestered, because just in case. So then the jury deliberates, and they deliberate however long or however short or whatever, however you want to look at it. They deliberate for however long they're going to deliberate, right? Well, then they come back. Okay. So let's say they come back and they find Megan Boswell guilty on all of the, not all of, but the murder counts. And then also all of the Megan Boswell is a lying liar face who tells lies counts, because that's basically what they charged her with. Then what happens is it goes to the sentencing phase. Okay. When that happens, the state, we've seen this. It's no different than when this happens in front of a judge. Okay. It's the same thing. The state's going to put on aggravating factors about why Megan Boswell should get life without the possibility of parole. And the defense is going to put on mitigating factors. I suspect if she's found guilty, the mitigating factor that they're going to most heavily lean on is she's young. She should have an opportunity. She should have hope. No, no, no. I completely disagree, and here's why. Evelyn was young. Evelyn should have had hope. Evelyn had a long life ahead of her. She was 13 months old. She was 15 months old when she was reported missing. She was 13 months old when they say that Megan took her life intentionally, premeditated. Okay. Which means she thought about it. It doesn't matter if she thought about it for 1 minute, 1 month, 1 year, or 1 day. She thought about it. Period. End of. That's it. That's all. That's all that's required to prove premeditation. She knew what she was doing. She knew that her actions were likely going to result in the death of that baby, and she didn't give a rat's fat kneecap and proceeded ahead. Let me look, Allie. I covered she business, but yes, I believe she did have a sentencing phase. Let me see. All right, here we go. Let me read this. Uh-oh. I mean, yeah, she had a sentencing hearing because I covered it. I streamed it. I just don't remember if it was in front of a judge or if it was in front of a jury. So yes, and that's another thing. I forgot about this part too. So Allie says, okay, Nate, because Google says Wisconsin got rid of the penalty phase when abolishing the death penalty, so the mental health thing makes sense. Yes, she did, because that's what they were determining. Well, whether she would spend all of her time in prison or whether she would spend her time in a mental institution and then prison. That's the deal. And so also the thing that Wisconsin does, which I wish Dr. B was here because she would be really good explaining this because she is familiar with this, but they got what they did in Wisconsin is called truth in sentencing. So basically, it means that, I mean, just like it sounds, that, excuse me, that there's truth in the sentencing, that the terms of confinement are very clear. And so, so that's what that's about. I just cannot remember what the deal was. All right, let's skip forward. I don't know who these people in the gallery are. I would imagine that I wouldn't be too concerned, like if where they're sitting, whose side they're on, because I feel like they are assigned seats. You know what I'm saying? Like there's only so much room in the courtroom, and so they're sitting where they can sit. So that's right. Thank you, Neat. It means there is no good time. So you don't get credit. Oh, hello. You don't get you don't get credit for behaving. If you're sentenced to 365 days, you do 365 days. Okay, so here's a good question from Allie. Allie says, if the jury wanted to punish Megan with death, because they do have it in Tennessee, but the prosecutor wasn't going for the death penalty, could they ask for that? Now, I'm assuming what you're asking is if the jury can ask, hey, can we recommend death? We hate her. No. The punishment for the crime, the intended punishment for the crime has to be stated at the beginning of the trial. It's part of the indictment. It's part of, they have to give, the state must give the court and obviously the defense team notice that they are intending to pursue the death penalty. And there's a reason why. There's a few reasons why. Number one, if Megan is appointed the public defender, an attorney from the public defender's office, the attorney that's appointed must be a death penalty qualified attorney. Okay, so that's number one, because handling a death penalty case is different than handling a case with life without the possibility of parole. All right, so she must have a death penalty qualified attorney representing her. And number two, which Megan is a huge number two, is that the jury must be a death penalty qualified jury. So they need to know going in when they are going through jury selection during voir dire, the jury must know that one of the possible potential consequences or sentences that the defendant could be facing is the death penalty, because there are jurors who are fundamentally opposed to the death penalty for whatever reason. It doesn't even matter what their reasons are, whether we agree or disagree. That's just what it is. So the jury cannot come up with their own punishment. Because if that were a thing, right? Can you imagine the chaos that would cause? Can you imagine, for example, if Bindi were picked for jury duty, all right, and I got put on a jury. Let's say I got put on this jury. And I said to my fellow jurors, listen, y'all, now we have heard all of the evidence. She is guilty, guilty, guilty. Let's sentence her to death. Now, I know that the judge and the state did not give us that on our little jury box questionnaire here, our jury form. But let's do it anyway. Can you imagine the the chaos that would cause? You know?
All right.
And just for the record, if that were an option, right, that would be a thing that I would do. If I were on this case and I were on the jury and we had the option, I would be causing all manner of chaos in the jury room. Let's give her the death penalty.
I'll be in charge of moving this in.
I do, but in the best way. Chaos for the overall good, right?
One stand, please.
Bring it in the jury. Oh my gosh, Allie, that reminds me. I'm going to go download that GIF. I'll be back.
And I just want you to know that wasn't the fault of any of the lawyers or the parties. It was just a procedural issue I had to take care of. Okay? All right, Mr. Scott, I believe you were about to begin your opening statement.
Don't really know where I was at.
You start over.
I was. that was the first line. I don't really know where I was at, but when Ms. Massey goes, she's right about a lot of things. I mean, there's not a person in this courtroom that wants to be here discussing a dead child. Nobody. Not you all, not me. But the state asks you to convict Megan Boswell of first-degree murder. And it's very interesting what they've done. They've asked you to convict Megan Boswell of first-degree murder in 3 different ways. They've asked you to find that it's a premeditated and intentional killing of her child. And then they're asking you to find that it's a murder that is perpetrated as part of child abuse. And then they're saying, well, if it's not that, surely it's because of child neglect. That's a problem. The state's theory is reasonable doubt in and of itself. They don't know what happened. They don't know how that child died. And they can't prove how that child died. I expect you'll hear from a couple of different medical examiners who come to somewhat the same conclusion, but one medical examiner, I think you'll hear from her, and she has a very interesting theory. But I would suggest to you that her theory is flawed. And the proof will show you why it's flawed. Just like yesterday I was talking about in voir dire, I think I asked a couple of you about the scientific method. And if you put in incorrect data, would you get incorrect results? And you will, if it's data significant. The state asks you, I anticipate this medical examiner, based on her testimony in another hearing, is going to say that this child was alive when it was placed in a trash can. But then again, the state says Megan's guilty of abuse of a corpse. Those theories are not consistent. They're not consistent with this. What the state hasn't talked to you about is the possibility of what if this was accidental? What if Megan or or Hunter Wood rolled over on that child in the bed. And I find this unreasonable, honestly. I find it unreasonable that you roll over on your child in the bed and you don't call 911. And I'm 49 years old. I practiced law for close to 25 years. Ms. Harper talked about yesterday how your life experiences are different. Well, mine are certainly different than Megan's. When this child died, she was 18 years old. Now, you heard about what a great father Tommy Boswell was and how involved he was. What you didn't hear is Megan had that child because while she was in foster care. That's how involved Tommy Boswell was. She was in foster care when she had the child. I think you'll hear a lot in this trial about how she came up. And I like to tell people, and I do tell people, I've never had a hard day in my life. I've never went hungry. I've never not had a place to live. Myself in the position of someone who has lost a child. But that's what I'm going to ask you to do. Put yourself in Megan Boswell's position. She's 18 years old. She's got an older boyfriend. We expect the proof will be that he tells her, don't involve me with this. I don't want to be involved. Because they're scared they're going to get charged with something. That's going to be the proof in this case. And my reaction and your reaction would be different. I would certainly call 911. But I'm not 18 years old. And sometimes I think back to myself and I say, I would have called 911 at 18 years old. And I probably would. But I know a lot of people at 18 years old that wouldn't. Their life experiences are different. Their maturity is different. If any of you have kids, some of you probably know that. Now,
So, Rocco, just really quickly to answer your question, Rocco says, so their theory is Megan rolled over on her, WTF, the baby was alive in the trash, right? Okay, so I'm not sure exactly. I don't think the theory from the state is that Megan rolled over on her. I think that might have been one of the defense's theory. I'm kind of confused about that because that is definitely not what the prosecution said. And I would imagine that the prosecutor is going to keep their theory of the case somewhat vague until probably closing arguments after the medical examiner has testified. That's just my thought, but I'm not sure.
you're an officer in preventing these things now, or for continuing to occur. That's the first thing. So you have to determine, is she criminally responsible? Did she lie to the police? She absolutely lied to the police. Not contesting that. Some of the stuff she said, again, are an 18-year-old girl scared to death, talking to a TBI agent, talking to a police officer, and trying to explain this. She doesn't want to get in trouble. It doesn't mean she murdered her child. It doesn't mean she killed her child. What it means is that's her perception that she's going to get in trouble for this. And despite all the assertions to the contrary by the state, this is a trial, and I want to choose my words carefully. Ms. Massengill talks about Evelyn. How to get this right for Evelyn. Get justice for Evelyn. And I want you to hear me out before you judge my statement. There's nothing you all are going to do that's going to change anything, Trevor. Not a thing. The child is gone. Your job here today, and in the coming days and weeks, is to decide whether Megan's actions are criminal or whether they're not criminal. I'm not asking you to find her innocent of anything, because that's not your function. Your job is to determine whether the state can prove beyond a reasonable doubt and to a moral certainty that she committed each and every element of the offenses charged. And you're not going to be able to do that. Their theories are absolutely inconsistent. Premeditated murder, oh well, if we can't prove that, maybe we'll get her by neglect. And I would suggest to you that the investigation into this case, once it focused on Megan Boswell, it focused on Megan Boswell. You'll see what little investigation there was into Hunter Wood, the boyfriend that they talked about. Who, it's like he's out of the picture. It's just Megan that did this. But we expect the proof will show you that he was involved with it, that he placed that baby there, that he had access to that property, that he'd been a lifelong friend of Megan's brother, Tommy Boswell Jr., who goes by Mikey. He knew where that stuff was. Now, there are other things about the body and how it was found that doesn't come out in the proof, and I'll bring those to your attention later. But they will show you that baby wasn't placed in that tragically dead. They will indicate to you that baby was probably moved. Also, I want to touch again on this massive Gill's talk about Tommy Boswell. Tommy Boswell just had an epiphany. Well, he had an epiphany after they searched his property over and over, after they had run a cadaver dog by that building where the baby was that didn't hit on it. Then one day he'll just pick up the phone and say, hey, I just got to thinking, Megan had this playhouse down here. Maybe you should come and search it. The cadaver dog didn't hit. Seems strange that the TBI searches your property and you would say, search all the buildings. Look at the playhouse. Why? Why do you have an epiphany days later? I bet I know where the child is. You'll hear from him. You'll hear him explain it. You can make your determination if you believe it. But ultimately, you're tasked with determining whether Megan killed that child. The child could have died sudden death syndrome. It's on the upper range of sudden death syndrome, but it's still there. And that child, I think that child's date of birth is middle of November. So when we say a 13-month-old child, the child was barely 13 months. Could have died from that. It could have died from someone rolling over, as they believe. Just negative. And certainly, disposing of that body the way it was disposed of is not excusable. It doesn't excuse anything. It doesn't make it right. It doesn't mean she's murdered. It doesn't mean that. I want to talk to you about, there's a last count that we pled not guilty to on abuse, or failure to report a suspicious death. And as indicted, the state chose to indict that where the death was from violence, trauma, or any suspicious or unusual or unnatural manner. I can't deny she didn't report it. She didn't report it. There's no denying that. But what I would tell you is what that indictment leaves out is a key part of that statute. And had it included that, I would have pled guilty, had her plead guilty to that. And that talks about where the unexpected death of a child is severe health or sudden if death. Had that have been included, she would have stood up and said, I'm guilty of that, I did that. But it's not included because the indictment wants to make it that she committed a violent offense against the child. Lying to the police, improper disposal of the body, or whatever part she played in that, doesn't mean she murdered the child. It means she was an 18-year-old girl with pain. That's what you have to think about when you hear this proof. That's all I've got to say to you. I thank you for your time and attention. I know I'll probably cross-examine you. A lot of you fairly hard the other day. And I mean no disrespect by that. I just want you to know in the jury selection process, I did that because we have to have jurors that, make sure that you can be a good juror. That's the only reason. I mean, absolutely no disrespect. If I was hard on you, I apologize for that, but I don't apologize for standing up for me.
Thank you, Mr. Scott. General Clerk, please.
Stay with call agent Brian Fraley.
Now listen, I'm not trying to say all 18-year-olds are created equal because that would be a ridiculous statement to make, okay? However, I was 18 when I had my first baby, okay? And no, she was only 18 is not a good defense, okay? At all. She was young, she was dumb, she didn't know. No, not a good defense at all.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
If you would introduce yourself to the jury, please.
Good morning. My name is Brian Fraley, and I'm a special agent with Tennessee Bureau of Investigation.
All right. Agent Fraley, how long have you been with the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation?
19 years.
All right. What is your current position or assignment there?
Senior special agent out of the Johnson City office, assigned to the Criminal Investigation Division.
I'm going to say something really quickly. I'm just going to pause briefly because this is important. One of the things that the judge said to the media was not to view what is on their computers, their laptops, their iPads, whatnot, right? The camera operator, granted, there's nothing right now of evidentiary value on those screens. However, it would probably be good practice to just not zoom in on them at all, period. Okay? Don't mess this up for us. We would like to watch this trial. Thank you.
All right. Agent Fraley, were you called upon to assist in the investigation into the disappearance and subsequently the death of Evelyn Boswell?
Yes, sir, I was.
All right. And do you remember when that was that you were called out to assist in that?
Yes, sir. It was February 19th of 2020.
Okay. And what was your role when you first got called out?
Myself and other agents were called to assist Special Agent Brian Pritchard. He had been called to Sullivan County to assist Sullivan County Sheriff's Department on an Amber Alert on the 18th, the previous day.
I do what I can when I can,
And
Allie.
so when you were first called out, this investigation was in regards to a missing child. Is that correct?
That's correct. Special Agent Pritchard had been contacted on a missing person case that involved Evelyn Boswell. Tennessee Bureau of Investigation is the only state agency that can actually issue Amber Alerts. We were informed that the initial complaint by a family member, being the grandfather of Evelyn, was Tommy Boswell through Department of Children's Services, also known as DCS, who had contacted the referral to the Sullivan County Sheriff's Department. Sullivan County Sheriff's Department got that referral, contacted us, and Special Agent Pritchard responded after going through a checklist that is required. Instead of just a regular missing person or missing child case, certain things have to be checked off or validated in order to issue a full-blown Amber Alert.
And Agent Fraley, I know you work for the TBI. Were there other law enforcement agencies that were involved in this investigation?
Yes, sir. Once it went to a full Amber Alert, which is probably our highest priority at TBI, the FBI was called. Obviously, Sullivan County Sheriff's Department investigators were already involved along with Agent Pritchard. But once we were involved, we have a specific team just for Amber Alert cases out of Nashville that also involve other agents and intelligence analysts. The FBI has a specialized team of trained agents called a CART team, and that's a child abduction response team. And these agents are experts in child abduction, Amber Alert type cases. So within hours of the Amber Alert being issued and certified, there was approximately 40 to 50 FBI, TBI, Sullivan County investigators, and intelligence analysts assigned to this case.
So a number of agents across a number of agencies, all out there, essentially, at least initially, looking for a missing child. Is that
Yes,
a fair
sir.
statement?
That's
Okay.
correct.
All right. And so over the first couple days of your investigation, did you participate in or were you aware of interviews that were done with the defendant, Megan Boswell?
Yes, sir. Megan Boswell provided statements to a numerous amount of investigators early on, including me.
All right. And would it be a fair statement to say that she gave you multiple different versions about what had happened and where her child might be located?
Yes, sir. Repeated stories that we tracked down that turned out to be lies.
Objection, Your Honor. That's speculation.
As to the word lies sustained.
May I continue?
Yes.
Just different statements that she had provided that turned out to be leads that we tracked down over the course of several days and several weeks.
All right. And I guess let me ask you this way, Agent Fraley. Okay, I'm sorry. Were you all ever able to locate Evelyn Boswell?
Yes, sir, we were.
All right. And was that as a result of information? Well, I guess go ahead and tell me how it was that you were able to.
So on March 6th, which this is fast forwarding 17 days since I was brought in with other investigators, 18 days since the initial report on February 18th, we'd been working around the clock. And like I said, there was 40 to 50 of us working, and a phone call was received by Tommy Boswell. Tommy Boswell had called in. And March 6th, 2020 was a Friday. And we had worked, like I said, 18 days. And we had come to a point in the investigation where we had decided we need a break. We had exhausted a lot of resources, time, and we were at a place where we didn't feel we should go on at that time. We should take a break, and it was a good pause point, if you will. So on the afternoon of March 6th, again, it was a Friday, the plan was the investigators to go home, reset. Physically and mentally, we were exhausted, and try to just get a sense of normalcy, if you will, over the weekend and come back Monday. If anything would have come up, we would have responded. But in late afternoon on the March 6th, on the Friday, Tommy Boswell called in. So we agreed, the four of us, myself, Special Agent Gratz, who's also another TBI agent, Investigator Tracy Raz, who is a Sullivan County detective at the time, and Investigator Michelle Gillum, who was an investigator at the time. We'd been working together for those weeks. We decided, let me back up. Mr. Boswell reported that he wasn't sure if there was a storage.
Objection is what Mr. Boswell says.
Well, Judge, I'm not offering further.
Well, we got ourselves the first objection. Which the state is saying, hey, we're not offering this testimony for the truth of the matter. We just need for him to explain to us why the trajectory of the investigation took a turn. Let's see what the judge says.
Sustained.
Agent Fraley, as a result of the call that you got, and let's step back a little bit, Tommy Boswell is the defendant's father, is that correct?
Yes, Megan's father and Evelyn's grandfather.
All right. As a result of the phone call that you received from Mr. Boswell, what did you all do next?
We went to Mr. Boswell property located on Muddy Creek to conduct a search there.
All right. And is that property located in Sullivan County?
Yes, sir.
All right.
I think it's 539
All right.
Muddy Creek Road.
All right. Agent Fraley, in the course of your investigation while you were out there, did you create a sketch or diagram of the Boswell property?
Yes, sir, I did.
All right. If I could, I'm going to hand you a document, ask you if you can identify what's shown.
Excuse me. This is a hand-drawn document. It's a sketch of like an aerial view of the property there at Mr. Boswell's at 539 Muddy Creek Road, Bluntville, Tennessee.
All right. And does that diagram accurately show the layout or the placements of various sheds, outbuildings, trailers, roadways there on the property?
Yes, sir, it does.
All right. Judge, we would move to make that exhibit number 6.
Any objection?
No, sir.
Be full exhibit 6.
And if we could, I'd like to publish that to the jury.
Are you going to use the yellow thing?
Well,
Now, y'all, do you know when that little computer made its noise that your girl over here looked to see what that noise was
Judge,
about?
Agent Fraley may need to step down. I don't know if he can.
As if it were coming from my own computer? That's the kind of
Maybe he can
professionalism
step
you'll
down
get
for
only over at the ward.
witness. I don't know if he can.
Thank y'all for
if I can
being
hand
here.
him the laser pointer.
Okay. You need to, that's fine. As long as we can pick him up on.
I can see that.
Can you
from-
see it okay
yes,
from there?
sir.
I didn't know if you would be able to. All right. Are you okay from?
Yes, sir. I can see that.
Shooting
And I have it
flag.
in front of me as well
Okay.
on my screen.
All right. If you would kind of point out, I guess, the major landmarks that are shown there in the diagram.
Yes, sir. So this top house here is Tommy Boswell's, as it was described to us. This resident here was a mobile home that was described as his mother's. This is the shed that we had information on right there. That's like a yard barn or an outbuilding. And then here is notated as what we described and what was described as a playhouse.
I don't know what happened.
Hold on a second.
It's like it lost your speed.
Judge, it's not connecting.
You want to just do
I was going to say, if you'll just hand me the.
Oh, you're welcome, Becky. Hope that helped. Oh, let me put my golf announcer voice on. This is my trial voice. It's very smooth, very calming, and quiet.
Let's stay up.
Jennifer, thank you for your Google. Who says defense attorney is Gene Scott. According to his website, he is a tenacious criminal defense attorney. Well, that opening statement was a lot of things, but it's not, I wouldn't describe it as tenacious. Yes, I like to be very demure. I believe that if anybody who knows me will describe me in that manner. Yes,
Continue.
Jen Bendy Lou is quite demure.
So yes, right here
Okay.
behind that shed or yard barn, if you will, was a playhouse, and it's noted playhouse ROE. ROE is an acronym for us for recovery of evidence, which was the body of Evelyn Boswell. Up in the right-hand corner is my notes are like a key to this, which indicates the date, our case number, the location, and my signature with the date, notating that I was the one that drew this sketch.
Agent Fraley, you've got the driveway shown through the middle part of that diagram there. Was there any sort of gate or anything that, as far as being able to enter or exit the property?
I recall, I think there was a gate at the bottom from Muddy Creek Road to the driveway.
All right. Okay. Now, Agent Fraley, you identified an outbuilding that was there on the property. You had said that's where you went first.
That's correct.
Okay. And I guess tell us what you found or what you observed when you went to that outbuilding.
What was found there were multiple boxes of belongings of Megan Boswell that contained a variety of items specific to a young child. I recall there were clothing items, diapers, medicines, toys, those kind of things were the most common thing in those boxes.
Agent Fraley, I'm going to show you 3 photographs and ask you if you can identify what's shown in those.
And so the first one is the yard barn or shed that was described and depicted in the sketch. The home there to the right was our understanding Tommy's mother. The second, that's the first one. The second one is the same yard barn or shed, except in this one it has a picture of the what we were describing as a playhouse behind it. And then the third and final one is a closer photograph of the yard barn or shed with those items I just described.
And do those photos accurately show how that shed or outbuilding looked when you arrived there on March the 6th, 2020?
Yes, sir, it does.
All right. Judge, we would move to make those the next exhibits, which I think are 7, 8, and 9.
Any objection?
No, sir.
Will be fully included. How do you want to display those?
Well, I'll take another
Shot?
shot at trying to use the laptop.
General, which order did you want these pictures marked?
Whatever.
I want them the way you described them. First one, the yard barn with the home. Second one's the yard barn with the playhouse behind it. Third one's the close up to the yard barn behind it.
Our Jennifer has also let us know that Mr. Scott's representation is, quote, reliable and client focused. Thank you, Jennifer. We appreciate it.
May I see those? Make sure I've got the right. All right, Agent Fraley,
I
glad I'm on the
agree,
screen.
KD.
This introduces
He has seen
Exhibit
some
7, if you would,
things.
Tell the jury what they're looking at.
So this is the yard barn or shed that I was describing. This was the home that was described to us as Tommy Boswell's mother, and then the items there that you can see with the open door inside of the shed or
Yes.
yard barn.
Yes, Annie, Megan is in court. She is trying to cry. She's doing a lot of wiping of her face, although none of us have actually
Next is,
seen tears.
Exhibit 8.
Yes, sir.
Hold on
Again,
just
the
one
yard
second.
barn with the door open, showing those.
If she is crying, she's crying for herself. She's definitely not crying for her child. That is all.
Those items described. And this building here behind the yard barn is what I described and is notated on my sketch as the playhouse where Evelyn's body was recovered.
Next, Exhibit 9.
Yeah, again, that's just a closer photograph of the yard barn or shed with those items I described placed inside there.
All right. Did you participate in, or I guess what did you all do with the items that were that you saw located in that outbuilding there?
Those were obviously photographed and documented as what they were, processed.
All right. Did you participate in that process, or were you just?
Yeah, I think primarily the two inside there actually searching, going through the items was Special Agent David Gratz.
I understand this is a difficult case, you guys, particularly when we get into the more despicable details of the way that her mother treated her body. Every baby deserves so much more than what Evelyn got. But I want to point out that it's particularly important where they found Evelyn's body, because that playhouse wasn't used by anybody else. That was That was a playhouse that was built for Megan by her grandfather. It was Megan's exclusively. She put Evelyn in a very, very personal to her place. And to me, in my opinion anyway, that's quite telling. You'd have to know that nobody would go in there to begin with. And I just, it doesn't make, I know she's using the peapod defense or the pawpaw defense and saying, well, the dad's the one that called. So all of a sudden, why did he call? Right. And trying to cast suspicion over to him. But, it wasn't his playhouse. It was hers. So just wanted to point that out. All right, here we go.
Investigator Tracy Arras.
Was that the end of your investigation or what you did there on the property?
No, sir, it was not.
Okay. What did you all do next?
So we continued looking and led us to look inside the playhouse.
All right.
And we searched it.
And what did you find, if anything, upon looking in the playhouse?
There were, once the door was opened, right inside the door, as the opening of the door, was a trash can, like a tall kitchen model, common trash can, and 2 bags of trash beside of it.
And also, yes, Allie, not only did he call about the playhouse, but that man is the reason she was reported missing. He's the only one who cared about Evelyn. Absolutely 100%. Yes, ma'am. That's correct.
Agent Fraley, I'm going to show you a number of photographs and ask you if you can identify what's shown in those.
Yes, sir. The first one I'm reviewing is a standalone picture of what I described as the playhouse that was by. Okay. The second one is a closer, of the playhouse, a closer proximity with the door open. The third picture is the same thing with the door open. Third one is a closer photograph with the door open. It does depict, the third one depicts the trash can with the bags of trash, as does the second one depicting the trash can. The first one, the door was closed. The next one depicting an open door with the trash bags and the trash can. The next one, assorted items that were inside the playhouse, and they appeared at that time. They had been there longer than the trash can and trash bags. Again, picture from outside the playhouse looking in where the trash bag or the trash can was. And it's a closer picture that depicts a black trash bag in the top portion of the trash can. The next one is a picture of an area inside the playhouse that had this assorted items there that again appeared to be there for some time with dust and cobwebs on them. Next picture is another picture from right at the doorway. Again, the trash can, the trash bags. Again, another picture of the trash can with the trash bag, the trash bags. There's other items around these. I keep talking about the trash bags and the trash can because they were relevant to us because they looked like they had recently been put there. These other items had dust and cobwebs and looked like they'd been there for years undisturbed. The last photograph I have is this is my hand in the picture. It's pulling back. It's over the trash can with what appeared to be a leg and a foot of a baby or a baby doll. It appeared at the time with with the fleece blanket and the purple onesie, the clothing that had been described to us by Megan Boswell.
When you made the observation that you made in the last, you described in the last photograph, did you do anything else with the trash can prior to the medical examiner's office?
No, sir. At that time, we didn't. We stopped what we were doing. We'd found Megan, or I'm sorry, we'd found Evelyn, and we made phone calls. We had called the DA's office, advising them that we'd found her. We've called our chain of command, our supervisors, and the medical examiner's office, along with forensic pathology out of Johnson City, and waited till all those personnel arrived.
Okay. And Agent Fraley, the photographs that you just described and identified, do they truly and accurately depict the scene as you saw it inside the Playhouse on March the 6th of 2020?
Yes, sir, it does.
Judge, we would move to introduce those as full exhibits at this time.
No objection.
There'll be full exhibits on, I mean, that's the best I didn't, I could write it all down. Starts at 10, I don't know where it is.
I have to agree with the discussion going on in the chat. The way that Evelyn was treated, her little body, the way that she was found and recovered is abhorrent. And I think the judge made the right decision in not allowing the jury to see some of the more graphic photographs. I don't think that it would help them in making a determination of guilty or not guilty.
Judge, if I could, I'd like to
And
publish
so-
those to the jury.
I think it's important. Now, I don't know about these photographs. There's going to be one where you can see a leg. I would imagine that the camera
Agent Fraley, I'm gonna
operator
start with
has
Exhibit
been
10. Yes, sir. You would
told not
describe
to
what
show
the
that.
jury's
We'll
looking
see.
at.
That's
So
the
brace
Playhouse
yourselves.
that was located behind the yard barn.
And if we're looking at it that way, the outbuilding would be where?
The outbuilding yard barn shed, as described, would be to the left out of the picture back this way from the yard barn, or from the Playhouse.
All right. And the door, as we're looking at it, that door was closed when you arrived.
Yes, sir. That's how we found it.
Next, I'm going to show you Exhibit 11.
Same Playhouse with the door open.
Okay.
And if you look inside the door right here, this white trash can is the trash can that I was describing as I was reviewing the photographs.
As you opened the door, was anything disturbed or moved, or, I mean, did anything shift?
No,
Is
sir.
there
Nothing fell out onto, as you can see, there's a front porch there. It was opened, and it is as it's seen. Obviously, the trash can's kind of tilted the way it is there, and the other items throughout the Playhouse.
So the only difference between the prior photograph we looked at and this one is that you all have opened the door so that you could see inside. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Next, I'm going to show you Exhibit 12.
Same, obviously, Playhouse, just from a different angle. You can see the trash can there on the left, and those two, you can see the main portion of one bag and partial portion, excuse me, of a second trash bag, two white trash bags there. Obviously, other items, the blue tote, the brown piece of furniture, and other items there.
Now we're looking at Exhibit 13.
I just want to pause really quickly. I just want to say to Riley, you know, I am thinking of you and your family. You guys are in my prayers, and I'm sending you all of the good juju. And also, excuse me, congratulations on the birth of your first grandbaby, Leslie. It's such a blessing. Congratulations. All right, that's all.
Yeah, again, there at the Playhouse, just a closer angle or closer photograph
Okay.
right inside the door.
You mentioned earlier that it looked like or appeared to you that some of the items had been there for quite a while. and some of them did not.
Yes, sir.
Is there anything in that photograph that indicates that to you or that you can see?
Yes, sir. So the trash can and the 2 bags appeared to me that they had been placed there recently. The other items, like I said, the blue tote, those other things, these right here, that cardboard box, these items back here on the shelf, they just look dated and like they'd been undisturbed for quite some time because, again, they had dust and cobwebs located throughout the playhouse, except for that portion right there, right at the front door.
Now I'll show you Exhibit 14.
Yes, sir.
What are we looking at there?
Same thing. That's right inside the playhouse to the right. If you just stuck your head into the playhouse from the doorway, this would be to the right. And again, these items you can see specifically on this bag here. Well, a lot of these things, it's just dust covered, indicating to me that it had been there a while.
Agent Fairley, are we actually, if you're looking at the lower right-hand corner of the photograph, is that the door frame right
This
there?
is the right-hand door frame with the clasp for a lock. So yeah, again, like I said, if you were standing outside, just peering inside, that's kind of the angle or the view that's depicted in this photograph.
All right. Now showing you Exhibit 15.
Yes. The trash can again, this is taken from outside the doorway. This is me here. So the photograph depicts me, and then inside here, and the trash can with the black trash bag unraveled at that point.
Had the trash bag been pulled up out of the trash can, or was that
Just
as
kind
you
of like
saw
the
it?
top was opened.
All right.
The trash bag remained in the trash can, but the top was opened.
Now showing you Exhibit 16.
Again, looking inside, it was a very small playhouse. I don't recall the dimensions, but maybe 10 by 10, 12 by 12, small floor plan with that, and then those were steps leading up to like a little loft inside that playhouse. Again,
This is
another-
Exhibit 17.
Yes,
Sorry,
sir.
Go ahead.
Again, just another photograph of the trash can and the 2 bags. There's a keyboard there, a piece of furniture. Again, the blue tote. Just multiple pictures of kind of like the same thing, same angle, same point of view. Just multiple pictures of that. Again, the trash can again.
This is Exhibit 18. For
yes,
the
sir.
record. Sorry.
Again, the trash can with the black trash bag inside the trash can. Blue tote, other items there inside the playhouse.
Agent Fairley, there appears to be something on the inside of the white trash can. Were you able to?
Right there. Right there.
Okay. What is that we're seeing or looking at?
I can't see clearly what that is. I don't know if there's another piece
Okay.
of trash bag. Or,
Okay. And Exhibit 19.
Again, after this was that black trash bag portion had been pulled away, this was the next layer down inside the trash can, which contained Evelyn Boswell's body, clothed in a pink fleece onesie with penguins and a gray and white fleece blanket.
All right.
The portion of the body that you see there is her leg.
Okay. Did you in any way disturb or move or do anything with the contents of the trash can?
No, the glove in the top portion of that is my hand, pulling that back to confirm and take a photograph. That was the only thing we disturbed,
Okay.
if you will.
All right.
To take the photograph, and then at that point we stopped and then made the appropriate phone calls to the medical examiner, forensic pathologist, our chain of command, and the DA's office.
Okay. All right. Thank you. So what happened after you made those phone calls as far as the investigation was concerned?
So after that, like I said, all these people arrive, and our concern is to process the evidence. We did so at the direction of the forensic pathologist, and so what decision was made was on that front porch of that playhouse, which was just right outside the doorway, was to place a body bag there on the front porch. Open, they unzip and they open. So we placed a body bag there, and I brought the trash can out, and we started removing the contents of the trash can onto the body bag that was opened.
All right. And did you participate in that process with folks from the medical examiner's office?
Yes, sir. It was Laura Parsons, who works with the forensic pathology, and Dr. Matrina Schmidt, who is the forensic pathologist there.
Okay. And so you actually helped them and assisted them in removing the body from the trash can?
Yes, sir. Like I said, the body bag was there, and I removed the contents and the body of Evelyn Boswell onto the body bag where we could start processing what was inside the trash can, which additional evidence was in addition to the body of Evelyn.
And was this whole entire process photographed?
Yes, sir, it was.
I mean, don't cry now, Megan. Don't cry now. You did this to your baby. So sad. Where's my overlay right quick? If y'all need a break, take a break. You got to take care of yourselves first. I'll be here, I promise. What you doing there, officer?
Agent Fraley, I'm going to hand you some photographs.
Yeah,
and
put
that's
your phone away,
what's
sir.
shown in those.
I don't think you're supposed to have that out.
The first one is, as I just described, the body bag that's unzipped and placed on the front porch on top of paper. I think it was butcher paper we rolled out, but the first one is me removing the contents of the trash can, which included Evelyn's body. That's my arm in the top portion of that photograph. The second one continues that bag and the contents, Evelyn's body, being removed onto the body bag. The third one, the bag is out of the trash can at that point, and placed onto the body bag. The same contents, different angle, but it now has a evidence marker number 4 beside that, the trash bag and contents. Your Honor, if I need to slow down, I will. The next picture is the trash bag with me pulling back the trash bag, showing what's inside. That depicts a gray and white fleece blanket, and you can see where my hand is. It's a gloved hand. There's some aluminum foil there, evidence marker number 4. Again, a wide angle of the same thing once the trash bag has been removed. It's my hand there.
You know, something that doesn't often get talked about
Picture.
is
It shows
what these officers who process these
body
scenes and
of
discover
Evelyn
these
Boswell
things,
that's underneath
what
these
they
layers of
experience,
items
that's
that-
got to be so traumatic. I cannot imagine looking for a child and making this type of discovery. I feel awful for law enforcement that has to deal with this. Oh, please, please, please be careful flipping those pictures.
is an opening of the trash bag that Evelyn was inside of, that shows different items in the bottom of that trash bag, eggshells, fluids of human decomposition, and other items. That's my hand in the top, my foot in the top portion of that photograph. The next photograph is again the same trash bag with the contents that I just described, with the body of Evelyn to the right of that. That's going to be her head and upper portion of her body that's wrapped in this aluminum foil. The next photograph is just the body, again in the same state, with the aluminum foil, the blanket, the onesie. However, in this one with some body fluids that have come out onto the body bag, but there are also some pupa, that is insects, basically in between a larvae stage and an adult stage that were inside the bag as well. That's common with human decomposition.
Also, you know what I was thinking? I don't understand the foil. And I'm curious if when they present the evidence of her Google searches, if the foil is in there. If there, I mean, we're never going to understand why she did what she did, right? Like it's never going to make sense to us. We're all just over here in absolute shock and horror that a mother would do this to their own child. Like I think that goes without saying, although I just said it. But I don't understand the foil.
And this next picture is us removing the aluminum foil that was wrapped tightly around the head of Evelyn. And this is shows my hands and Laura Parsons' hands, who works there at the forensic pathologist office. Next picture, same thing. We're continuing to remove the aluminum foil from her head. So this is the first picture that shows the head of Evelyn and her upper torso, and her head is in a backward position, situated abnormally, where the body had been shoved, that we believe down into the bottom of the trash can. Next picture is same picture, body of Evelyn with the aluminum foil removed, showing advanced decomposition, some body fluids there lying on the body bag. The next picture is a same picture, the body of Evelyn wrapped in this this fleece blanket with the purple onesie, just a different angle on the body bag. Next picture, same thing, a different angle. And then the next picture is where, again, is describing how we're processing this, is removing it a layer at a time. So this is a picture depicting the first part of removing the fleece blanket from Evelyn's body. And then the next picture, it's a black and white photograph with the fleece blanket removed and just showing the body of Evelyn. Advanced decomposition, again, the pupa there, which was numerous of the insect activity. And then a color photograph, the last photograph, same picture of Evelyn's body in the pink fleece onesie there on the body bag with human bodily fluids around her head area.
Agent Fraley, the photos that you just described, are they a true and accurate depiction of the process that you all went through
Yes, sir.
that night in removing Evelyn's body from the trash can?
Yes, sir, in the different stages of removing layers.
Judge, we would move to make those full exhibits this time.
No objection.
Is this first one 20?
First one's 20, I don't know what it is.
I cannot imagine being these officers and having to photograph something like that layer by layer.
There'll be more series of photos.
Yes. Well,
Count them.
yes. Yes.
Hey, Linda Lou Who, and everybody coming in. Be Real. It's good to see you. Patricia, Tracy L. Good morning, everybody. I'm sorry. I'm B Crumbs, Sprinkled Donut. I'm glad you guys are here. I'm sorry that it's such an awful, awful case that we're listening to. We are just on the first witness. I can't imagine being the officer who's having to photograph this layer by layer, number one. Number two, when it comes to trial, this gentleman must get up on the stand and describe what is depicted in those images for the jury. Now, I don't think he moved to have those put into evidence, but he didn't move to publish. But they were admitted to evidence, which means the jury, if they ask for them, they can take them back there to look at. They're just not going to publish them, which is good. Also, so for him to have to get up there and to describe what's in those pictures, I don't know if I could even come up with
Judge, I would ask
words.
this time to publish those to the
Oh,
jury.
I guess they are going to publish. My bad. Spoke too soon.
Agent Fraley, if you would describe for the jurors what they're seeing in this photograph.
KD, that's
so
a good
this-
thought, babe.
Is after we remove the trash can from inside the playhouse.
Oh my God! Please
Like I
don't
said,
show
this
these.
is my arm, and it's the first stage of removing the contents of that trash can that included the body of Evelyn. Next picture
Now
is
looking at 21.
okay. This next picture is again the continuing process where the bag is almost removed from the trash can that contained the same items. That's my hand there. And the top portion of that, Laura Parsons' hand here, who's from the forensic pathologist department.
And now exhibit 22.
Again, my hand and arm here with the contents of what was inside the trash can.
All right, y'all. I'm fixing to pause. I don't know how much they're going to allow to be shown. I don't know how you guys feel about this, but I don't know what I'm going to do. I don't know. I don't know if I'm gonna show these or not. I don't know. How do you guys feel? Let me know in the chat. I know that this is part of it. I do. And I get that. I don't know. I don't know if it's necessary for us to see. We're not actually deliberating this case.
Same contents, the bag with containing Evelyn's body.
Exhibit 23.
This is the bag removed and placed. This is the body bag explained with the evidence marker with me here in the background.
And at this point in time, the bag has been completely removed from the trash can.
Yes, sir, it has.
I'll show you Exhibit 24.
Yes, sir. That's my hand there, starting to remove or peel back that trash can
I
or
don't think they're
trash
gonna
bag.
show it.
And the first portion of removing that layer that shows again the fleece, the gray and white fleece blanket, and then over here you start to see the aluminum foil that had covered Evelyn's head.
All right. So just so that the jury is orientated as far as the photograph's concerned, Evelyn's head, as you all found it, is in the left, as we're looking at the photograph on the left side.
As we're looking at this photograph, her head would be right underneath where my hand is, covered in this aluminum foil. It's still inside the bag at this point.
All right, this is what I'm going to do, y'all. Let me just pause it right quick. This is going to be graphic testimony. This is going to be graphic pictures. I don't know how much they'll show, so I'm going to leave it up to y'all. Y'all are the viewers, knowing that it's you all are in the best position to judge what you can handle and what you can't, not me. So I'm going to leave it as is, and y'all decide for yourselves.
Now looking at Exhibit 25.
This is just the first photograph of Evelyn's body outside the trash bag. The trash bag has now been fully separated from Evelyn's body. Again, the evidence marker number 4. This is my hand here removing and holding the bag. This would be her head on this side of the photograph with her feet on this side of the photograph. Again, as I've described earlier, the head was wrapped in this aluminum foil.
All right. And just so we're clear for the record, when you're describing the head, that's, as we're looking at the photograph, that's on the left side.
Yes, sir, on the left. If you can see that pointer, that's where that's at, but facing that photograph, the head's on the left-hand side, the feet on the right-hand side.
Reconnect the judge.
It has, but it's just got your blue screen. It's not doing anything.
Well, Sarah, you didn't never have to even be in the corner, babe. We don't put people in the corner here for being late. You're a host is late sometimes.
I don't know if it's plugged in or not.
But if you put yourself in the corner, babe, come on out. Join the chat. I honestly don't know what the right thing to do is, y'all. I don't. I'm seeing people say both. Don't show them, show them. I just don't know. My gut tells me to cover it up, really. I just don't think that. I don't know.
I'll just use the Elmo judge.
Well, I mean, I've got the blue screen, but I don't know if it's, to me, it's not doing the picture. You should see what I'm seeing on the face. That monitor on top.
I don't think they're going to show the really bad ones either. This is why I went to Law and Crime. So, because they're usually really good about that. I think that we get the idea. I don't think we need all of it. I just don't. I feel like it's not up to us to make a determination. Like our opinions are important because we're having the discussion. But as far as the outcome of this trial, they don't mean anything. The jury is the one that decides that. And I can't, for me personally, in good conscience, if you guys want to go look and look, then look somewhere else. If they show them, I'm not going to show them. I
This
can't
is
do it. I'm
25,
sorry, y'all.
Judge.
I just can't do it.
Okay. I believe we got disconnected. Agent Fraley, you were describing, looking at the photograph. Evelyn's head is to the left where the foil is that correct?
That's correct. Looking as we're seeing it, the left here, this foil is her head, and down near the item marker number 4 is her feet.
And that's what I'm thinking of for Eggs Wilson. If it were me, if it were my loved one, if it were my baby, I wouldn't want it shown to the general public. I wouldn't. So,
Showing you Exhibit 26.
Yes, sir. My hand here,
I don't think they're going to show them, so it's kind of like a moot point.
another set of hands, Laura Parsons here. It's looking down into the trash bag that that Evelyn's body was pushed down into, and like I said, there is just assorted trash, eggshells, human decomposition fluids, and then on the right hand portion in the lower section here is that aluminum foil and the blanket with the body of Evelyn right there.
And that's right after you all had removed the body from the trash bag.
Yes, sir.
Now showing you Exhibit 27.
Again, a similar depiction of the last photograph, just it's a wider angle that's kind of showing the aluminum foil that's kind of formed around her head with the rest of her body there down to probably about her upper torso. Again, here talked about the aluminum foil head again, the rest of the body. Right here's what I'm describing as the insect activity of mid stages of pupa. That is basically in between the larvae section and the adult section of the insect typical as flies.
Now looking at Exhibit 29.
Again, just a different angle of Evelyn's body that's underneath these layers of aluminum foil, fleece blanket, down to her clothing, the purple fleece onesie with the penguins. And
At this point in time, you all have not removed any of the items from the body, is that correct?
no, sir. No. Again, what we tried to do at the direction of the medical examiner and the forensic pathologist was remove these in layers. As you see, that's each picture's best we could do is a layer, taking it through the trash can to the trash bag to the aluminum foil to the fleece blanket down to the purple onesie.
Now looking at Exhibit 30.
Again, this is kind of just stepping overhead, looking down. Same photograph, Evelyn's body with the foil and the fleece blanket and the evidence marker number 4.
Now Exhibit 31.
That's the first. Again, as I've described, taking this by layers. So this is us removing the aluminum foil from Evelyn's head.
And if you would, describe for the jury the processing. Was this a difficult process? Was it easy?
Now, I'd like to take a moment to point
The
this
foil
out
was attached, it was compressed.
because Neat said,
It never occurred to me that when
I want to
the
see
body of
Megan
Evelyn
during
was-
this.
was placed or forced or shoved
Hold on.
into this trash can, that this was a piece of foil that was just kind of put on there. This appeared to me to be formed around her head with the contours of a face, the eye sockets.
Oh, sweet Jesus.
How they're concave. This was formed. It wasn't just happened to be there and the body of Evelyn placed there and it just happened to meet up. It was formed.
So did it take you all?
All right, hang on. Let's just unpack what he just said, okay? He just said that as they were removing the trash bag from around Evelyn's body and the blanket, the foil that was wrapped around her head was wrapped around her head intentionally. It was put there. It wasn't just that there happened to be a piece of foil in the trash at the same time. And that is how it came to be around Evelyn, excuse me, but that it was put there intentionally. And to Neat Noodle's point, who says, I want to see Megan during this, I do too, but I think the reason they're not showing her is because of the way the defense table and the state's table are situated. They have huge monitors in front of them. And I believe that what they're showing on the screen to the jury would be seen on those monitors. So I don't think they want to take the chance, but I would like to see her face as well. At the end of the day, this, Youth Gone Wild, Skid Row defense is not going to fly with me at all, period, the end. Absolutely not.
Wow.
This isn't being young. This isn't being young and being dumb and just not appreciating the gravity of your actions. No, 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 no. This is a depraved indifference.
To remove the foil from the body?
Not long, no. Like I said, once we got there, we Laura Parsons and I separated the layers, as you can see depicting in these photographs, and that's as far as we went. Once we got I think the next one will be the fleece blanket. But once we got to the body of Evelyn in her clothing, which was this purple fleece onesie with penguins on it, we stopped, and I'll continue at that point.
All right, I'm going to show you Exhibit 32.
Right. Again, this is just a next step, continuing removing that foil from Evelyn's head.
Okay. And at this point, it looks like you all have essentially removed all the foil.
Yeah. Yes,
around
sir.
her head.
Yeah, it's off of the head and being pulled away by Laura Parsons.
Now I'm going to show you 33.
To those who've been asking,
Okay. Now this is a photograph of where we're at with the processing with the aluminum foil
the
on her head. So
highest possible punishment that Megan can receive is life without the possibility of parole.
gray and white.
Although Tennessee does have the death penalty, the state chose not to
appeared to us, this fluid here,
use it in this
bodily fluids,
case, I think because of Megan's youth. I think they worried that a jury would have a hard time sentencing her to death because she is young and she's a female. And statistically, although females getting sentenced to death is catching up, where the female population is nowhere near, even though they're eligible for the death penalty, right? Typically, they don't
and that's hard to picture.
use it
Her body and
as
this
often
photograph
as a punishment
is
with
facing the
females.
top of the photograph with her head tilted backwards toward the bottom of the photograph. That's her right hand right there. That dark portion out of that fleece, that purple fleece onesie, and the color is very dark because of the advanced stages of human decomposition.
Now showing you Exhibit 34.
So again, this is the same stage in that, where this is on the other side of the body, this being the head, this being the hand I just described, the pink, purple onesie with penguins, and the gray and white fleece blanket.
All right. And again, from this angle, are we looking at the blanket there pulled up around the
So that is the head on the right-hand side of this photograph with the feet on the left. And I'll continue at that point.
All right, I'm going to show you Exhibit 32.
Right. Again, this is just a next step, continuing removing that foil from Evelyn's head.
Okay. And at this point, it looks like you all have essentially removed all the foil.
Yeah. Yes,
around her
sir.
head.
Yeah. It's off of the head and being pulled away by Laura Parsons.
Now I'm going to show you 33.
Okay, now this is a photograph of where we're at with the processing with the aluminum foil removed from her head. So this is her body with the next layer, which would have been that gray and white fleece blanket. Again, what I described earlier, this here appeared to us to be, this fluid here was just bodily fluids of human, consistent with human decomposition.
It's somewhat kind of tough to tell because of the way it's faced there, but is the blanket up there, is that around the head as well?
So the head is here. This is her right arm. She would be facing to the top portion of this picture, but her head was in a manner that it was backwards. It wasn't normal as I'm sitting here or you're sitting here. It was backwards, and that's hard to depict here. But her body in this photograph is facing to the top of the photograph with her head tilted backwards toward the bottom of the photograph. That's her right hand right there. That dark portion out of that fleece, that purple fleece onesie. And the color is very dark because of the advanced stages of human decomposition.
Now showing you Exhibit 34.
So again, this is the same stage in that, where this is on the other side of the body, this being the head, this being the hand I just described, the pink, purple onesie with penguins, and the gray and white fleece blanket.
All right. And again, from this angle, are we looking at the blanket there pulled up around the head?
Yes, sir. It's covering like it had been pulled up and over the head. So that is the head on the right-hand side of this photograph with the feet on the left-hand side of this photograph.
Now showing you Exhibit 35.
This is, again, same Evelyn's head on the left this time. Her body facing to the top of this photograph and starting to remove the gray and white fleece blanket from her body. This is her leg down here. That's like the foot in a onesie that has those treads so they have traction when they walk. So that's going to be her right foot and right leg on that.
And now showing you Exhibit 36.
Again, that's the next picture of the removal from the of the fleece blanket, the gray and white fleece blanket with her body there. And you see, again, it's going to be her right arm there and her right hand right there.
Now showing you Exhibit 37.
Yes, sir. This is a black and white photo, obviously. Her facing the top of the photograph. This is her right hand. Again, even though it's black and white, it's the consistent with the pictures you saw on the purple fleece onesie with the penguins. And this is her head to the right side of this picture.
As we're looking at that onesie, had it been disturbed, or does that show the onesie as you all?
That's as we finally removed the fleece blanket. That's the next layer as we found it.
Okay, so the onesie was open.
Yes.
And, sorry, hold on a second. Now I'm going to show you exhibit number 38.
Again, this is the body of Evelyn. That's her head. There's her legs and feet. There's her right hand there on that body bag.
Okay.
I believe we're hearing Megan crying in
Ken,
court.
I'd like to go back. I'm going to show you exhibit 37 again.
It sounds like that's where
no,
the
it's-
crying is coming from, the direction. It doesn't
The
sound like
black
it's
and
coming
white
from the
photograph.
jury.
Black and white photograph. Which, as we're looking at the photograph, where is Evelyn's face? As we're
So this is her head on the right-hand side of this photograph. Her body is facing to the top of the photograph, so her face would be right in here on the back side of, kind of looking at the back of her head. Again, it's advanced decomposition.
And did the fact that there was advanced decomposition, did that affect your all's ability to be able to, or how you were able to process the scene there?
Yeah, I mean, like I said, in conference and at the direction of the medical examiner, the team from forensic center there. Once we got to this last picture of where we were at, the call was made, hey, we're going to stop here. We'll seal her body in the body bag, transport her to the forensic center for an autopsy at that point. And we continued processing the scene there for collecting the items. And we took those items to the Sullivan County Sheriff's Department, just where we had better lighting, better environment to log and process evidence items that were also discovered.
I mean, it's almost 11 here, so that means it's almost noon there. I would imagine we're gonna have a break shortly.
When you put it down, the electronic disconnects from the system. There's light.
Just absolutely beyond evil. And when they do take their lunch break,
Agent Fraley, you described the process of, I guess, taking the other items, the trash bags that you recovered from there, removing them from the scene and then taking them to the sheriff's office. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm going to hand you a series, so I believe it's 6 photographs, and ask you if you can identify what's shown in those.
This first photograph is a picture looking over the top of the trash can, looking down in it. And the bottom of that, the most notable item is a Martha White chocolate chip wrapper with other items.
Was that the trash can the body was found in?
Yes, sir, it was. The next one is a photograph of the trash can with Evelyn still in it at this time. This was an earlier photograph taken prior to the removal of Evelyn in the trash can. What's important and noted here is a piece of chewing gum that is attached to the inside wall of the trash can. The next photograph is after I removed the trash can and the trash bags from inside the playhouse and just set them out on the porch of the playhouse prior to going through the pictures we just looked at, processing the removal of the layers leading to the body of Evelyn. Just another picture, trash can. Evelyn still remains in there. You also see the chewing gum on the inside wall of trash can there, and the other bags of trash. This next one is the 2 bags of trash that was removed from the playhouse with the trash.
I mean, she was quite literally, and this is what is so, the whole situation, right, is completely reprehensible. It's disgusting. And to add to the depravity of the situation, she was quite literally discarded like trash. It's not like she was simply, which is awful. It's bad enough, right, for her to even be in a trash bag. But she was quite literally shoved, which we're going to discuss when they go to lunch, quite literally shoved into a trash bag already containing trash. Don't be over there crying, Meg. I don't have the sound bite of Peter Griffin, but I can do it. Shut up, Meg. Just disgusting.
Not asked to publish those to the jury at this time, Judge. Agent Fraley, we're going to start with Exhibit 39.
Yes, Tracy, they have. We're going to talk about that more at
Yes, sir. Again, top view looking down into the trash can.
lunch.
And like I said, the most notable thing that's descriptive is a Martha White chocolate chip cookie bag.
Anything else in the trash can besides that on the bottom? Is that
I mean, there's
is that what was found when you removed the trash bag?
yeah. So once we removed the body of the trash bag that contained the body, this was in the bottom of that.
Now I'm going to turn this, I'm just pausing because I do want to answer this question for Nature Rocks, which, by the way, thank you for your milestone. Thank you so much for supporting me in the channel, Nature. I appreciate that so much. Nature Rocks says, was the baby already gone when she wrapped her up like that? Okay. We don't know yet. And this witness is not going to be the witness to tell us that. This is law enforcement. And so basically his job, once he discovered Evelyn's remains, his job then became about documenting the scene. So the person that's going to testify to that is going to be the medical examiner, the forensic pathologist. And it's my understanding that there will be multiple forensic pathologists taking the stand. So we won't know that until they take the stand. That testimony won't come from the witness. Now, is it possible because they were under the direction of a forensic pathologist at the medical examiner's office that she may have said some things that while they were documenting the evidence? Yes, it's possible. But even if she had or he had, but it was a woman this time, that testimony won't come from this witness. All right, let's go.
Now showing you Exhibit 40.
Yes, again, a top view again of the trash can that shows the fleece blanket and chewing gum there on the inside wall of the trash can.
And if you would, just kind of point out or
No, I'm
use the
sorry,
laser
yeah.
pointer to show what?
Yeah, so this right here, it's a piece of chewing gum that was removed, collected as evidence, and sent to our crime lab. And again, there's that fleece blanket that we've been going through earlier.
All right. So that was taken before the body was removed from the.
Yes, sir.
Now showing you Exhibit 41.
Again, this was prior to processing. This was just simply removing those items. That includes the trash can and these 2 trash bags from inside the playhouse. That's prior to laying out the body bag and removing the trash bag with Evelyn's body onto this front porch. But this is where all of that was processed in the field prior to transporting Evelyn to the Forensic Center for autopsy, and prior to collecting, processing, bagging, and packaging the items, the other items, to go to our TBI lab for analysis. Again, same.
Exhibit 42.
Yes, sir. Same picture, or same items, just different angle. 2 trash bags, trash can.
And again, that was taken before you all had.
Yes, sir.
removed. Exhibit 43.
Just the 2 trash bags with the trash can out of the view of this particular photograph.
And finally, Exhibit 44.
Again, just a different angle of those 2 trash bags without the trash can in that photograph. And both of those, were, like I said, were on the front porch of the playhouse.
Okay. And those 2 trash bags, you all, when I say you all, I mean law enforcement took them and inventoried what was in there
Yes, sir.
later on. Is that correct?
Yes, and any evidence that was collected that we believe to be probative was sent to our lab for examination.
Agent Fraley, I know you did and you've described a number of different things that you did in the course of this investigation. Did you personally interview Ms. Boswell during this whole process?
Yes, sir, I did.
And in the course of your interviews with her, at some point in time, did she make a statement to you in which she finally admitted that Evelyn, in fact, was not missing, but was in fact dead?
Yes, sir. On February
Okay.
25th, at the Sullivan County Sheriff's Department, Sullivan County Sheriff's Detective Jonathan Licklider and I
Okay.
interviewed Megan.
Okay. And at that time, she told you all that, in fact, Megan was deceased. Is that
Yes,
right?
she,
Okay.
that among other things as well.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
During that interview, did she describe or give any description of the clothing that Evelyn was wearing?
She did. Described a purple fleece onesie with penguins on it that she was clothed in.
Okay. Did she describe anything else that was with the body or with Evelyn?
Yes, she had stated she had wrapped her in a dark fleece blanket.
All right. And how did you? I know we've seen pictures, but how did you find Evelyn? What was she wearing, and what was
Those
she wrapped in?
exactly what Megan had described to us for the clothing and the blanket.
All right. Thank you, Agent Fraley. If you
Yes,
would
sir.
answer any questions, Mr. Scott or Mr. Boswell.
The jury's watch is here, so we're on break. We'll be back about 1:15. So ladies and gentlemen, I'm gonna have you go with the court officer.
Let's stand, please.
All right, so now they're at lunch. So we're going to mute. And let me see just how far behind we are. We're only behind like 9 minutes, okay? So, oh, crap. They're going to edit this. All right, hold on. All right, so let's unpack. Let's talk about what we heard, okay? Well, we're going to start with opening statements. Now, the state's opening statement was just essentially that Megan lied over and over and over. They did give us a theory as to motive. Basically, what the opening statements said regarding to the theory of motive is that Megan had met a new guy. She was booed up, and Megan thought that he had money and that she was going to have a great, fantastic life. And basically, she got rid of her child. And then she went on this entire time that Megan was missing, which started back in December of 2019, not February, when not Megan, but her father actually reported Evelyn missing. She went on to live, as the prosecutor put it, quote unquote, her best life. She was going on trips. She moved in with her boyfriend. She was, doing all of the things. So, hang on just a second. Let me go back to YouTube. And so basically, that is their theory of the crime, that Megan Boswell killed her daughter, put her inside of a trash bag that already contained trash, and stuffed her into a kitchen trash can that came from Megan's own trailer. So then it was the defense's turn to give their opening statement. And their opening statement was essentially, hey, look, Megan was 18, all right? And I'm standing here in front of you as a 40-something-year-old man who's never had a struggle in my life. I would have called 911 if I'd accidentally smothered my child in my sleep, rolling over on her and smothering her. I'd have called 911 today at 40 some odd years old. And I probably also would have called 911 at 18. But Megan was on the struggle bus, because when she gave birth to Evelyn, she was in custody of the Department of Children and Family Services. She was in a foster home. So, by the way, her father, who is the only one that reported this baby missing, did anything in anything meaningful for this child. Don't be so quick to canonize him. Don't be so quick to think he's a great dude, because Megan was removed from his custody at some point for some reason, which I'm sure they'll get into later. They didn't get into it at opening statements. And she's young, y'all. She's young. That was the defense's opening statement. Now, then we had the officer who just finished testifying. And he is the one who, after meeting with Megan Boswell multiple times between February 18th, which is when her father reported Evelyn missing, and March 6th, which is when they went out to the property to take another gander and found this trash can in a playhouse that was built for Megan by her grandfather. It was only Megan's, right? And you can see that it was only Megan's from those pictures, because when you look at the pictures that they showed in court today, there was a layer of dust. It looked like some mouse or rodent feces. It didn't look like it had been used at all. Like, it's not like Megan let Evelyn play out there. Okay. So they go out there, they open up the trash bag, which, by the way, is underneath another trash bag full of trash. So in this regular, like what you can buy at Walmart or Target or whatever, just a regular sized kitchen trash can. I think they're a gallon size or whatever it is. That's more than a gallon. You know what I'm saying? The tall one, right? But it's not like that one that they give you from the city, you know? So they, take this trash bag, the top bag out, and they see the second bag, and they open that up, and that's how they discover the body of Evelyn. All right. And she is in the exact attire that her mother described that she was wearing, which would be a little purple fleece onesie footed PJs with the little rubber things on the bottom of them so that when they're running around, they don't slip, the little grippers. And she's wrapped in a fleece blanket tightly. And then there's foil wrapped tightly around her. Or there's the foil, then the fleece blanket. Right. So the way that the detective described her head, okay, and her neck, 13 gallon. Thank you. I don't know what I was saying, 1 gallon. I know what a gallon is. That's milk. Sheesh, Jen. Sorry, y'all. So the way that he described the way that Evelyn's little head was found is it was completely in an unnatural position. Now, she was upside down, so she was head first in the trash bag. But her little head was bent very far back. So she would have been essentially like looking up when she was, but upside down. So when her little head was bent back because she was shoved into that trash can. Okay. So because she was upside down, what she would have been, it was bent back. You guys get the meaning. I'm not going to belabor the point because it's too much. But that is how she was found. And during that testimony, there were pictures shown. They were published to the jury. Okay. Hold on a second. I am going to go over to the local news that's watching this because they don't have their closed captions on. Hold on, let me find a different stream. Anyway, so while this testimony is occurring, while these pictures are up on the big screen for the jury to see, right? Megan is over there at the at the defense table, right? You can hear her audibly crying. Now, I'm just going to say this, and I stand by what I say. Okay, I have no empathy for Megan Boswell, because I do believe that she is the person that did this. I do believe that she is the person who took her daughter's life. I do believe that she is the person who wrapped her body and disposed of her body in that disgusting and despicable, awful way. Okay? I do believe that. Why I'm curious, what I'm watching this trial for is, can the state prove it? Because that's what matters here, right? The state must prove that she and she alone committed all of these acts. Now, I think, frankly, they have her dead to rights on being a lying liar face who tells lies, who lives on Liars Lane in the town of Liarsville. I think they have her. That is not. I think there's no question about that. They're absolutely going to be able to prove that. But is she the person that took her life? And the reason I have no empathy or sympathy for her crying is because it's too little too late. Okay. We watched Allie Erickson, if Ahmad would pretty please drop her, I can do it. I don't, hold on. Let me drop Allie's thing. Let me drop her chat or her Allie has done a ton. Yes, I will. Let me, it's going to be on Talk Studio, Allie. So give me let me copy this link. Hold on a second. I forgot how to do it. Hold on. No, not edit. There we go. All right. I'm going to send it to you in Messenger. Okay. Give me just a second. Allie did a really, really, really excellent and thorough job at catching you guys up on everything. What the frack? This is not what I wanted. Just a minute, Allie. This is not the link I want. No. How do I do this? I forgot. Maybe here? No, that can't be right. Anyway, Allie did a great video on, here we go. Allie did a really great video on how you, on everything that you need to know. She did several lives on everything that you need to know to catch up on this trial. Like if you didn't know anything about this case, she did a fantastic job covering all of that. And I would encourage you guys to go and watch that. Scott says, I assume they are on lunch break. Bindi, are you doing afternoon too? Yes, I am. I said I promised I would do it for the whole day. I'm here for the long haul. No snacks, no naps for Bindi. Bindi's going to do the whole day. One of the other things that Megan did while she was lying to police was blame her mother. She said that her mother had the baby. She had let her mother babysit Evelyn. Hey, Remy. She had let her mom babysit Evelyn, and her mom basically gave Evelyn to someone else. Her mom then said, if you call the cops or you let you owe me. It basically held her child for ransom, which makes zero sense as well. All right, here we go. Allie is here.
Okay.
Hi.
Hey, can you hear me?
Going close your YouTube, babe.
Okay, 1 second. Hold on. Messenger. Okay, what about now?
You're perfect. Nope, I'm still echoing. What the F?
Let me put in some headphones. Hold on.
That might be it.
Because I got good stuff to tell you.
Okay, tell me. I can't wait.
Okay, what about now?
Let's see. Nope, no echo. We're cured.
Okay.
So after after the law and crime stream went down, I went to just I wanted to go see what was going on. So I went to Court TV. I was going to go check local news, and law and crime shut down. Court TV didn't. Now they didn't show anything. They had an overlay and stuff up, but after the jury left for lunch, they bring this guy in, and I sent screenshots of what Court TV put in the chat. It's in your messenger if you want to show them.
I'm going
And
right now.
and I put a clip of Megan. Court TV showed Megan while they were showing Evelyn, just crying, sobbing. I clipped it, sent that in here as well. But so this material witness refused to show up Monday and was arrested and put in jail. And he was still in custody today. They bring him on the stand and they tell him, "You're going to show up." And I don't know who he is. I have to look at the pictures of her ex-boyfriend, and see, I don't recognize him just by seeing him on the stand. But yeah, so he tried not to come, and they told him, "No, you will be here every day except for Sunday." The judge was mad. He was like, "Because you are a material witness in this case." And then here's the clip of her crying. So yeah.
All right, here we go. Here's Megan crying.
Just where we had better lighting, better environment to log and process evidence items that were also discovered. To the Sullivan County Sheriff's
That's
Department.
All right.
Yeah, very interesting. And then this witness, I want to know who that is. It's on Court TV stream if you wanted to play it, but you don't. There really wasn't nothing to it except they said you were supposed to be here Monday, you didn't show, so that's why you've been in jail, and I'm going to let you out on a bond. But if you are not here every day besides Sunday, we're picking you back up. You are a material witness in this case, and you must be here.
Okay, I'm going to show that right. Meow. Hold on. Alice, ma'am, can I help you? Just walked right in front of the screen, right in front of the mic. No shame. I'm just here living my best life.
Tracy said Allie's going 90 miles a minute, breaking news. I was so excited that there was more that I could bring to Jen because you're on break.
Oh,
so it's
babe, I appreciate that. You're so good about that. This is the witness they're talking about.
Yep.
Okay. Let me show you the next picture. Let me see where we're at on this. This is this. So I need to go back this way.
That
All
is
right.
their chat.
From the chat, it says, material witness who initially failed to comply with subpoena takes stand. Judge Goodwin sets a $500 bond. If he fails to comply with subpoena again, he will be held without bond until trial is over. Now, thank you, Miss Ma'am, for bringing that to us.
You're welcome.
Okay. I did head on over before this when I was trying to find the stream to watch, because of Law and Crime taking theirs down immediately. And then I went and I found the local news's stream, but they didn't have their closed captions on. Now, y'all know your girl only loves the closed captions. So then I had already went over to the Court TV. And I now present to you the rewinded Court TV, which I would have never known to rewind if not for one Allie, my pal, my bud, your friend and mine, Allie Erickson.
Yay, okay, so we can watch together.
Yes, we can.
And Pointer Lover says that's Hunter. So that's who I was saying. Yeah, that's the ex-boyfriend. That's the one who, it was his car that her mom was driving that they reported stolen. It was and then the one that she claims was with when her last story that someone rolled over on Evelyn. That was her boyfriend at the time, Hunter. So wow.
Okay. This is the ex who at the time was current, who oh, that sounded like a really messed up owl. Who, according to the state, now this is in Megan's head, probably not Hunter's. I doubt that Hunter asked her not to have her child, okay, or to unalive her child. But the motive, I guess, is that she wanted a brand new life, clean slate, start all over with her new boo. And there you have it. All right. So here is the witness who didn't answer their subpoena, which let me just say this also. I want to put this on the record. If you are subpoenaed from the court, take your ass to court on the day and the time which they tell you to take your ass to the court. Don't dodge a subpoena. They will issue you a bench warrant. Here we go.
Yeah.
This one? Up there.
Mr. Keller,
Yes, sir.
you were served with a subpoena in the court Monday, and you didn't come, which is why we're here today with you in custody. I'm going to set a $500 secure bond. You can make that through a bond company. You are a material witness in this case. What happens if you don't come back to court after you make that bond? And you are now instructed by this court that you will appear at this court no later than 9 a.m. every day except Sunday, and that includes Saturday,
Damn.
until you are either called as a witness or released as a witness. Do you understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
If you fail to do that, and we have to come find you again, you'll be held in custody of the sheriff with no bond until the case is over. And that could take us about 3 weeks. That way we know where you are.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. You need to be here back at 1:15 if you make that bond.
Yes, sir.
Wow.
Wow.
So Jen, does that, okay, you know how they in Delphi, because they were sequestered, they had court all through the weekend? Is that what they're doing here? Because they have them sequestered, so maybe that's why? Saturday?
That's really interesting, Allie. You know, I actually don't know the answer to that, but I do know how to use the Googles. So let me just Google that really quick. Will the Megan Boswell trial, oops, it put a period there. That will mess up the Google trial, be held, for Pete's sake, on Saturdays? Let's see. Hmm.
Hey,
No,
Carolina.
doesn't say anything about that. Now, I would imagine the answer to that question is no, but he must report on Saturdays, mainly because he is a material witness, and it's possible that maybe like the prosecution or the defense, obviously, let me say this. Let me be very clear. Once this person, subpoena dodger, is put on the stand, neither side can speak to him. Okay. But if he is called by the state and they want to speak to him, he's got to check in, because they might want to check him. He might want to check in. That might be what they want to do. I'm not sure, because I've never heard of, now deliberations. Yes. I
No,
have
in
heard.
Delphi they went on Saturday.
Did they?
Yes, I think they even went on Sunday in Delphi.
Court?
And
They actually
yes,
had court.
yes, they did. Yep, I was shocked because I'd never seen that before. And I guess I was thinking because the way they had the jury. But look, Melissa said, I seen they will go to Saturday and the next holiday. And Pointer Lover said, the judge said every day but Sunday.
All
So-
right, then. Well, then let me just say this. If that be the case, and they gonna televise this on Saturdays, well, we all got you. Listen here, y'all got Saturday school with Jen Lou. You better be here.
Yes.
Do not make me subpoena you, and do not make me go to try to find you, because I'll send Alice out to find you, and ain't nobody want that. None of y'all want no Alice June after y'all. Just not Sundays.
Bikram said I'm wrong on the Sunday thing in Delphi, but they did do Saturday. Did they deliberate on Sunday then? And that's what I was thinking. Like but they
I
did
feel
do
like
Saturday.
yes, they did deliberate on a Sunday.
Maybe that's what I was thinking. But I do know they were holding court on Saturdays because, like, that jury was also sequestered, and they were even weren't they brought? I don't know. Let me not speak on shit and get it wrong, but
Well,
because I keep doing that.
you're phrasing it in the form of a question. So say what you're going to say, and it's got for the people that are listening in chat and anybody that might be listening on replay. There's a question mark at the end of whatever Allie's going to say. It's a question, not a statement. Hit it.
Thank you.
You're
Thank you,
welcome.
Jen. Doing my PR for me as I'm up
Always. I got you.
here. But so I think because they were kept away from their families, and if I'm right, brought in from somewhere else. And so that's why they did the Saturdays to get it over with. You know what I mean?
Well, that makes sense. That makes sense. See, I thought, okay, Allie and I had talked about this several shit, I think over the weekend, honestly, or maybe it's end of last week. Who knows? The days are running together for me. But we had this discussion about what they were going to do with the jury. See, jury selection actually was going to start back in December, right before Christmas, about a week before Christmas it was, right?
Yep.
And it's because Megan's attorneys had made a motion for a change of venue, but a change of venue is incredibly expensive. It's the county in which the crime took place, the county that's prosecuting the crime. They're the ones that have to pay for a change of venue, which is where they move the entire trial to somewhere else. The jury pool comes from somewhere else. The trial is somewhere else. It's all somewhere else. Okay. Then so the other thing that they can do, which is what the judge talked about doing, was I forget what it's called when it's not a change of venue, it's something else. It's also in that's in Latin that I can't remember, but this is when they issue jury summonses from outside of the county. In this case, Sullivan County is where this took place, so it would be outside of Sullivan County. I forget what that's called, but it's basically getting a jury pool from outside of the county. There's a fancy word for it, but whatever. Okay. Well, that didn't happen. That's what was supposed to happen back in December, but it didn't happen. And I think when I was reading the articles for the jury selection, let's see, I'm going to look where it says from 2 days ago, jury selection to begin. Let's see.
So interesting how, every place does things a little differently. Every judge rules his court differently. Like, you never know.
Alice, stop trying to bite this. Sorry, you guys.
Alice can feel the tension while we're watching
She
this
sure
trial.
can, and she's always got to act a fool, She should be the star of this show. All it says is prosecutors in Boswell's defense are attempting to seat a jury for the Sullivan County trial, which is expected to last weeks. News Channel 11's team in the courtroom Monday learned that 1,600 jury questionnaires were sent out. Of those, roughly 20% were available for jury duty. Potential jurors will be individually screened and asked about their responses to the questionnaires. The 17-part questionnaire asked potential jurors about their familiarity with prosecutors, Boswell's attorney, Jean Scott, and both Boswell and her deceased daughter, Evelyn. 40 potential jurors were screened on Monday and 17 were picked. Of those, 10 were women and 7 were men. Ooh, Megan, it ain't going to be good for you, girl. They're going to convict your ass, and then those women are going to sentence you to life. Numerous people were excused based on their answers, especially those who revealed they were extremely familiar with the case. During the screenings, potential jurors were asked about their recent news consumption and if they'd had any preconceived beliefs about Boswell in the case. Okay, just as a side note, right? I wonder if, like, for example, I was called for jury duty and I filled out my questionnaire and I showed up, but I answered that question about consumption of news. If I put YouTube, I wonder how I would rank. I wonder if they'd be like, yeah, kick her off immediately. Get her out of here.
Hell no, we don't want no one from there.
Hell no. In fact, Don't put her on the jury, but put her ass on a watch list. We need to keep both eyes on her. She could be trouble. Okay. Asked about news consumption, if they had preconceived beliefs about Boswell in the case. Several also seemed confused by the concept of the burden of proof that is on the state in order for Boswell to be convicted. Scott also asked if it doesn't say.
Oh, Jen,
Yes.
speaking of that, so apparently one of the reporters that was there, I don't remember where, but there were two that I watched, Ansley and this other lady, but one of them had said, the defense really during the jury questioning focused a lot on the fact that wanting them to understand the burden of proof is on the state. The defense they don't have to prove anything.
Right.
And this was a big focus. So it makes me wonder, are they going to even put on a case? Because we've seen that so many times where they don't. I mean, I don't know. It kind of made me think maybe they're planning on not even putting on anything. And just that's why they explained to him, hey, they have to prove this. We don't have to prove anything.
Okay.
It's on there.
That's actually a really good point, and I'm glad that you brought that up because that is something that I really did want to talk about while we have this break, okay? It is possible that, Allie, you are correct, that the reason that question was asked of potential jury members is because they intend on not putting on a defense. Now, the last case that I can recall off of the top of my head where there was no defense put on is Chandler Halderson, aka Chazzle Dazzle, which was also in Wisconsin.
Mm.
They barely even cross-examined. My other thought is that it's possible what they were really wanting as jury members for the defense, their ideal candidate would be somebody who completely actually understands how the jury system works and what their actual job is. Do they understand the law? And
Right.
I suspect that it might be a little bit of both. And the reason why they want that is because we know that from watching trials and listening in when they discuss what the jury instructions are going to be, and even when we hear the jury instructions being read, sometimes jury instructions are confusing. And it is possible that perhaps that's what the defense is thinking, that they want people on this jury who understand somewhat abstract legal concepts.
Right.
No.
Well, yeah, and that could be it, and maybe they do, or maybe they don't have much of a defense, and I don't know. But didn't Lori not do one? And then Wade, like they didn't in the first part, in the death penalty phase, they did.
Right.
But was it Lori that? Because I knew there was one we watched recently together that they didn't do anything, and I was thinking maybe Vallow.
I think you might actually be right. I don't actually remember. I've completely blacked that whole thing out. The only thing that I can remember from Lori Vallow is her allocution. That is the only thing that I remember.
What is that?
That's the statement that that a defendant gives after conviction during the sentencing phase.
Oh,
where
God,
she
yeah.
said that, JJ was busy up in heaven. He's got like
Oh,
a
my
job.
God.
Yeah. And her good friend, Tammy. Lori Pitpint. Now, I will say this. I say that when Lori does go to trial shortly, and is representing herself, I guarantee you that Lori is going to put on a defense. And the thing that I am the most looking forward to is when the state calls old Melanie Gibb to the stand and Lori Vallow cross-examines Melanie Gibb, because I can assure you it is not going to be like that phone call.
I cannot wait.
Where Melanie tells Lori that she's very carnal. You're very carnal, Lori.
Yeah, Melanie Gibb and the other Melanie. I want to see her do her testimony on her. But remember, don't forget that when this started, her defense that she had, like they let it out that there were deals made in Idaho.
Yes. Yes. There
Mm.
were. There
Maybe we'll
were.
learn more about that.
Yes. And
'Cause, I
see,
mean,
that
part of it.
was a thing. And I remember that. And because I remember you and I talking about it, and we're like, did you see that? And Allie's like, yes,
Uh-huh.
I saw that. Of course I saw that. What you mean?
We're like, oh my God.
Who got the deal? Okay.
Yeah.
This is what I think. If I had to guess about who got the deal in Idaho, I would say Mel G.
Yeah.
And Zulema.
Yep. I think you're right.
That's who I think. And the reason I feel that way is because, and this also kind of bugged me when Melanie Gibb finally was cross-examined by Proctor. I thought he was going to go in way harder on her than he did, because look how at the pretrial when she testified, Proctor was not having it at all. So I thought, they were definitely gonna, you know what? This is another good point. Where is this? How did I here we go. Riley says, didn't they do that in Adam Montgomery's trial? I can't remember. Yeah,
Yep.
They didn't put on a defense there either. The only thing they really did was go in on Kayla Montgomery.
Yeah. Yep. You're right during the cross-examination, but I think that they didn't as well in that one.
Yeah. It is true that the defense doesn't have to put on a defense. They don't. At all. They don't have to present one iota of evidence. They don't have to call a witness. Megan doesn't have to take the stand. Nothing. However, if you're going to claim that this was an accident of some sort, you're going to have to put on some evidence if you're going to,
Yeah.
The jury is going to expect it. Now, are they going to penalize Megan because her attorneys didn't put on any evidence? Well, it depends on how good of a case the state puts on. See, the job of the state is to prove beyond a reasonable doubt, right? And the job of the defense is, if they're not going to put on their own case, right? Each witness that's called to the stand, they've got to interject a little bit of reasonable doubt. They've got to poke holes in the credibility and in the state's theory. So I can't imagine they're not going to put on a case, especially because during the opening statements, her lawyer said that they were going to hear from several forensic pathologists. How many forensic pathologists do you think the state's going to put on? Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. It's going to be interesting. Maybe you're right then, and they are planning to put on a case, but just something I thought was interesting and thinking about where we've seen it before,
Yes.
Oh my God. Sorry, I just can't get over her sitting there crying like that.
I can't either.
It was actually a little longer than the clip I took, but I was trying to hurry and get back over here because I didn't want you to ask me a question. I don't know, and I wasn't there, so I was trying to get back. But I was like, oh my God, I have to clip this. This is crazy because she's just. Was that her that we heard audibly?
Yes.
Oh my God.
Yes. I was trying to figure it out. Okay. And I was thinking about the placement of all the things in the courtroom, right? So the jury is, we're facing the judge. So the jury is going to be to our right. And of course, Megan will be to our left, right? The sound sounded like it came out of from the courtroom. It was louder on the left side. That's the direction it sounded like it was coming in. And typically, let's look and see if there's let's see if it was her. Okay, so let's go over here. Megan Boswell trial. For Pete's sake, listen, phone, stop putting periods. I don't need a period there.
Letitia. Reminds me of Letitia. Sorry, with her Google search.
Yes, at least I delete it.
Hey, did you I'm gonna look on Twitter while you're looking too. And then
Okay.
also, shit, I lost my train of thought. I had another. Oh, is that the cat meowing?
Yes, that's Mac.
Oh my God, that's so funny.
Mac, Big
I
Mac.
love to hear it. That's so cute.
Let's see. Yeah, Mac is giving his 2 cents. By the way, Megan, Mac says you're guilty too.
Yeah, he's like, this bee.
This bee. Don't be crying over here, Megan. Nobody cares. You should be crying for me. There's a big old hole in my food. Now, granted, I made that hole in my food, but still, I'm upset about it. That's the real tragedy. Let's see.
You can. Oh, they've got Ainsley Daniel on their website. WJHL has constant updates from inside the courtroom. Hold on, she tweeted about it. So
Okay.
let's
Yeah, because
see.
I'm on 10 News, which is not WJAL, I don't think. No, this is WBIR, I think it is. Mackie? Let's see. Let me go over here to the Twitters.
Ooh, we missed this too. So this
What?
article says, when court convened Wednesday at 8:45 a.m., prosecutors began by stating they needed to dismiss count 18, which actually, I don't know, maybe I just missed it. One of the many counts of false reports against her. The judge dismissed the charge. The prosecution then asked the defense not present any evidence on that count since it would be hearsay without her testimony. The court then recessed to wait for the jury at 9. So yeah, they
Okay.
dropped one. Dude,
It
they are
didn't sound
serious.
like they dropped any when they were reading all of the when they were reading all of them. Did it to you? It sounded like they read 18. Let's see.
He began to explain each of the photos. Oh, here we go. As of Evelyn's body, if pictures of her body were displayed, Boswell could be seen crying in her seat. Several jurors were also seen crying as the pictures of the deceased child were shown. Let's see. And that's all they say on here. They're doing a really great job at reporting at WJHL. They have like quoted almost the entire opening, then the defense opening, then each witness. Like they just, wow.
Yes. Okay. Yeah. I got it. I see the tweet right here. They saw photos of Evelyn that were taken as evidence. Several were crying, but it's important to note that Megan was also sobbing throughout the photos being described and shown. Court is in recess until 1:15. That's when they'll pick back up with Fraley's testimony. Wow.
Can you believe this is the first witness? It wasn't, it just kind of surprised me that it was bam, straight to finding her body, not the interviews before, not when she was reported missing, not the police who took the 911 call, or the call when she was reported missing, which sometimes we'll see that. We've seen it go out of order too, but it just surprised me.
Even the first witness being Tommy Boswell, who is the one who actually reported Evelyn missing. Okay, this is what I'm thinking. Perhaps the reason they called this officer in this order is scheduling. Perhaps this officer needed to be the first witness for scheduling purposes. Maybe they had something going on they couldn't get out of, or they're testifying in another trial. It could be any number of things. So maybe that's why they started with him. But what I'd like to know is, do you think we are going to get to Megan's interviews with police today? Do you think?
I don't know. I hope so. I wonder, how, I don't know. His testimony, how much longer is it going to go? And what did he have? He was at some of the interviews, he said, so I would think so. But what do you think?
I don't know. And then this is my follow-up question to that. Okay. What kind of questions do you think the defense is going to ask of this witness? What could they possibly ask him?
Yeah. Oh, I don't know. What would be your answer? If I ask you that question, because that's a good question.
Okay. So if they stop, let's say he stops here, right? This is all the testimony he's going to give. okay,
Mhm.
I would want to ask, okay, what other locations did you check? Did you go inside Megan's trailer? Because there's several houses on that property. Did you check Megan's trailer? Did you check Tommy's trailer? Did you check Tommy's mother's trailer? Where all did you check? I would want to know that. I would want to know, see, this is going to be difficult because they wouldn't allow him to testify as to what Tommy said as far as the call. So this is a
Yeah.
little, to me, putting the cart before the horse. And this is why I think this must be a scheduling thing. If I were going to put this
Yeah.
on, right, as if I were going to do this trial, if I were the state, the way I would do it is chronologically. So I would start with the call that's got this whole ball rolling. I would start
Yes.
with playing that call.
Yes,
And
that's what
then
I
I
would
would
like to
put,
see.
yes, and then I would put her father on the stand because I would want to know why he made the call that he made. In fact, I might actually start with Tommy because I would want, it started with him, right? So I would put him on first and ask him, okay, why did you make this call? Because I think what's important here is, if I'm not mistaken, did he or did he not call DCFS, not 911, right?
Oh
Or are there
gosh.
two different calls that we're talking about? Because that part was a little confusing to me.
Honestly, without going back to check, I couldn't say 100% because I believe she was reported to both, but
Right. So how did it start? So I would start with Tommy, okay? And I would say, all right, so you made the call. Why'd you make, what was going on? Tell us about Evelyn. Tell us about Megan. But more importantly, tell us about Megan's relationship with Evelyn. What kind of mom was she? Something made that man call. And I
yeah.
suspect that it was more than just Megan consistently, putting, saying, oh, well, Evelyn is sick, or so-and-so has Evelyn, or this other person has Evelyn. There was something else, I think, that was going on in her demeanor. That is something that a parent would recognize.
Yeah.
Parents know their children. They know when something's up. They know when something's wrong. And so I'm curious what that was. So I would start with Tommy.
Yeah.
All right. And then I would put on the responding officers. Who came out to the house when that call was made? What did y'all ask? What did y'all talk about? All of those things. Okay. Then, because that's what's going to happen first. Then they're going to put a detective on the case, right? But first, they're going to have a responding officer that goes out there and looks around and talks to the different people, right? So that's what I would do. Then I would put on this detective because they've skipped ahead quite a bit, right?
Yeah.
They've skipped through, and I know it doesn't sound like much, but when you have 18 days of somebody lying to you, being an entire lying liar face who tells lies, who lives in Liarsville on, at the lying apartments on Liars Lane, like that's a long time. Do you know how many lies can be told in 18 days?
Yeah.
Even if you're
Oh,
only
and
talking to cops for 2 hours out of those 18 days, if you talk to, you know what I'm saying? Like there's a ton
oh,
of
she
lies.
did it too. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Just a second, Jen. So
Yeah.
Music City Mom in the chat had said that she's been at the hospital all night with her husband. He's got sepsis from
Oh,
pneumonia. So I just wanted to say, I'm so sorry, and I hope that I'm glad you guys went to the hospital, but
yes.
I hope you can go home soon. I had just taken a picture like 5 minutes ago to send to you, Music City Mom, to show Luna where Bentley's little sloth is at right now. And I just hadn't sent it to you yet because we were on
Oh.
here, but yeah, she sent Bentley this little sloth, and it lives on the beanbag in my living room, and it's so cute. So,
Music City Mom, babe, I'm thinking of you guys and sending you all the good juju. so that your husband has a speedy recovery. And I'm glad you took him I'm sorry this happened, but I'm glad you didn't hesitate and just took him to the ER. And we're thinking of you, and I'm glad you popped in. So I just, like, this is going to be a difficult trial. And absolutely, this is going to be infuriating. Like, I don't feel bad for Megan crying, especially one of the most compelling pieces of evidence or testimony that happened today, in my estimation, came from the officer explaining about the foil. Because I think that it's important for the jury to understand this foil wasn't happenstance. It wasn't, she doesn't have foil on her because she was in a trash bag containing trash that also contained foil. Okay. This foil was wrapped around her head. You could see the outline of her little face, for Pete's sake. This was intentional. This was intentional.
Which means, because they said something about it, like that means she was breathing and like sucked it in her nose, right? I was having a hard time following and watching the chat and everything. So, but that's kind of what I gathered from what I heard, plus also what the chat was saying.
So I'm waiting for that testimony, which will come from the medical examiner. Okay. Because it is, I mean, foil is, this is so great. Okay. You know, when you cover up when you use foil the way that it's intended, if you cover just a single piece of food, right, with the foil, if you wrap it tightly, then you're going to be able to see the outline of that food. It could be both ways. It could be that it was wrapped tightly, and that is why you can see the outline.
Okay.
Or it could be what you're saying. Now, from what I remember, either way, it means that Scott, I think she pressed it around, Megan pressed it around the baby's face. That's the issue here. Like, this was not, that she did so many things to prevent Evelyn's body from being discovered. That does not denote accident to me.
No, it's not. Well, the medical examiner has already testified, and I cannot remember, like, it's been so long. This was in like 2022. And I did not rewatch it when I covered it. I like watched clips from it from the news and stuff, but not in full. I watched it in full at the time. But I remember she testified pretty graphically about how she was found. And this was all because of like the argument, should the juror see these photos or not during that. And I do remember she said this was like intentional and she was alive when she was placed in it. I don't remember exactly how.
I remember as well. And I also remember that Megan that the results of the autopsy show that that she showed signs of asphyxiation in like 4 different areas, it's either that she showed signs of asphyxiation in 4 different areas, or she was asphyxiated 4 times, which I'm not sure how I know that we're talking about, like, there will be petechial hemorrhaging, and usually, so when it's children, it's usually with a hand placed or something else over their mouths and their nose, and there'll be little bruises on the insides of their lips from the pressing of something hard against their mouth and their teeth. So there's that. Then you get you get petechial hemorrhaging in the eyes, and depending on how it happens, you can get it around the neck. I mean, there's all kinds of different ways. So I'm trying to remember exactly how look, the medical examiner is going to testify to this, and we're going to know.
Yeah.
To me, I think that I can't figure out what's next, because I can't figure out if this witness is on this, it was called as the first witness because of scheduling, or if this is the way that the state intends on prosecuting this case. They're going to start with what they believe is the beginning, which is the discovery of Evelyn's body. I don't know how they're doing it.
Yeah.
So
It's
I'm curious.
a strange order for sure. Okay, Bendy, I'm going to jump down and let you. They're coming back in 10 minutes, but my mom wants me to come over there for a minute. So I'm going to join in the chat. And
Okay.
then later tonight, like I'm going to do not necessarily a recap, but just like a discussion,
Okay.
probably from 7 to 8. So if you want to come up, you're welcome. I would
Of
love for you to
course.
come.
Of course.
Okay. And maybe I will even like I don't know, maybe I'll drop a link and if anybody like from the chat wanted to. Usually they don't, but just in case, but I don't know yet. But yeah,
Okay.
around 7.
All right,
Okay.
babe. 7 your time, which is 6 mine.
Yes.
Yeah,
I always
we
forget
got to
that.
start. I know, because we never used to have to do that. We used to,
I know.
Allie would just tell me what time, and I'd be like, all right, I'm there, because I never had to do any math. And now all of this, all of a
Like
sudden I
last
have
time
to
you
math.
missed it because you were thinking. And also, what if we get an email while we're going through this trial busy? We might end up getting some of the stuff we've ordered.
We
So
will
I
figure.
really hope for that.
We will. Yeah, be paying. Yeah, can you keep an eye on that for me? Normally I would do it, but
Yes.
yeah.
I'll check it
Okay.
every day, a couple times a day while you're streaming the trial. Yeah, it would be hard to watch that as closely too, but I'll keep a closer eye on it than usual. And yeah, so
All right.
thank you for letting me come up.
Thanks
And
for coming up.
I don't know, because I was out of here. Did you show any of the pictures of Evelyn?
Not yet. Not yet.
Okay, I just
I'll
didn't know.
show
And
them.
and you don't have to. I just wanted you to have them if you
I
want to.
appreciate that, babe.
She's so
She
cute.
is
And then
so cute.
that one in the onesie that she was found in,
Let me look at these. Let me show these to you guys. Thank you for sending them to me, babe. I appreciate that. Listen, Allie has done
welcome.
everything to encourage me to stream this trial. And she's the one who was like, now, Jen, I love you, but if you're going to stream this trial, lady, you stream it all the way. Don't be just taking all these little breaks and stuff like that. We want to see all the things. So you show all the things, lady.
With you, like all at once, No, but I just, I like to encourage my friends, especially when I believe in them and what they're doing. And I think that, sometimes it can be hard to see in ourselves what we're capable of. So it's always good to remind your
Well,
friends.
I
That's all.
appreciate it. I do appreciate
Well,
it.
I appreciate you too.
Allie is always encouraging me.
Yeah.
Nagging, tomato. No, just kidding. She really does. I'm the nagger. She's the encourager.
Oh my God, encouraging nagging tomato tomato.
I love ya.
I love you. All right, I'm gonna jump down and
All right,
I'll be
babe.
in the chat.
Okay,
Bye.
sounds good. Bye. Okay, so Carolina, hey babes, asks, also, I'm curious to know if that playhouse was built for Megan Boswell by her father, Tommy. I mean, maybe that's why she put Evelyn there. Remember, Casey Anthony buried Kaylee where she buried her bunny. So the answer to that is it was not Tommy that built that playhouse for Megan. It was Megan's grandfather, is the way that I understand it, that built that playhouse for Megan. And it was something that was personal to Megan and used exclusively by Megan. In fact, when they showed the pictures of the little playhouse that was built, you could tell that the entire time that the 13 months prior to Evelyn being put in the trash can and put in there, that it wasn't used by any other children, like no cousins, no little nieces or nephews if she had any, none of that. That was only, and Evelyn didn't play in it either. Only Megan did. It was incredibly and highly personal to Megan, which I think, quite frankly, is extremely, extremely telling of what happened. Why? I mean, when, you have to look at what happened and all the details of what happened. Where she was found is important. All right, so let's go this way that she sent me. Let's see. There's Megan holding pictures of Evelyn. This is the purple onesie that they are describing in the testimony. This is a picture of her in it. This is what she was ultimately found in. It just breaks my heart because, even, first of all, it's just the sweetest little thing, a little purple. But you can't really see it, but if you look, but I know it's here. There's a little snap that goes over it, that goes over the zipper, so that the zipper doesn't irritate their little, underneath their neck and their little chin. All right, that is it on that. That was Taylor's business. Taylor's been in trouble, by the way, y'all. She's been acting a straight fool at the jail or prison. There's Megan again. And Megan again. And little Evelyn. Oh. All right. So let's go back over here because they should be back any moment. She's just so tiny. She's just, the foil thing, I am going to wait until we have more testimony about like any Google searches and stuff like that, because I am curious about the foil. I want to know what the thinking was in the foil. I cannot remember right now off the top of my head who suggested this, but it does kind of make sense that perhaps the foil was used to prevent her body from being discovered, like, how they can use like ground penetrating radar or whatever. Maybe it was used for that. And I was thinking, well, that makes sense. Like maybe at some point Megan intended to bury her. Perhaps she didn't intend on her father becoming alarmed and calling. I don't know. I don't know what the thing. I do think this is it. Allie has said exactly what I was about to say. Allie says, probably one of those things we will never truly know because Megan has the answer of why the foil, but also the same with the candle and Letitia. Absolutely. I think this is going to be, every case, every trial, there's always a question that just doesn't get answered, right? With Letitia, the only thing we know about the candle situation is that it was evidently very important to Letitia because it's the only detail in her stories that never changed, except for when she talked to Dr. Lewis, but as Maria Sanchez, who pretending to be someone else. It was Letitia. It was never Maria Sanchez. She doesn't have DID. Stop playing with these people, Letitia. But it's one of those details that Letitia continued to include in every single story. It always started with this dadgum candle. So that candle is important in some way, shape, or form. We'll never know for certain. It's one of those lingering questions. And I have to agree with Allie that the foil might just be one of those things. It might just be one of those lingering questions that never really gets absolutely answered. And ATS says, hi, by the way, how's that baby? Says, sorry I'm late, been crazy here. So was she alive? We don't know that yet. So for certain, maybe I understood wrong. Hold on. Let me answer this question first. Okay, so Allie was telling me, ATS, that there was testimony from the medical examiner that Megan did place Evelyn alive in that trash can and do all of the wrapping and stuff. But and that was in a pretrial. However, at this point in I didn't watch all of that, and I don't even I don't remember the parts I did watch, to be quite honest with you. I don't know. My memory for true crime is not what it used to be. Anywho, so they haven't testified to that yet. The only thing that we've heard yet is from the detective that actually found Evelyn's body and documented the scene. So that's all we know. Let's see. Where's Granny at? I just saw this. Okay. Preschool Granny, maybe I understood wrong. But from the way that it was said, the way that the playhouse was described was Megan's grandfather, is the way that I understood it. It's quite, because it was Megan's at one time, and that he built that for her. But it's quite possible that I misheard, and what was said was the grandfather, which would actually be, if we're talking, if they said the grandfather, then Tommy, they would be referring to Tommy, because Tommy would be Evelyn's grandfather. So it is possible that I misunderstood. Okay, Tracy says Megan's grandpa built it. So put a little tally for Jen Lou. She didn't misunderstand this one time. We're not going to talk about any of the other times I misunderstood, because on this day at 12:11 p.m. Central Standard Time on February 5th, 2025, I got it right. I understood right, and I'm just going to take it. Patricia says, I know what the candle was with Letitia. All right. Well, I'm dying to hear it, because I'm curious. I mean, I've gone back and forth many times about the candle. One of my theories was that on some level, she is telling the truth about the fire, but about there being a fire. I wondered if Letitia, what really happened is that Gannon had an accident out when they were rock climbing. And that when they got home, Letitia snapped and beat him. Okay. And she was scared that Gannon was going to tell. So what she did was she tried to start this fire so that it would hide any injuries to Gannon's body, right? Which is why she said that Gannon was on fire and she had to stomp on him, which is so odd. You would never do that to put the fire out, right? I think that was her first attempt at explaining away bruising that shouldn't have been there. I think and then simultaneously she's rescuing him from the fire, so she's also a hero. That's what I kind of thought was the deal with the candle. That's one of the things. That's one of the theories that I had. You know, because the thing is, this is what's so odd to me about the candle and Al. Okay. At first, one of my thoughts was, did she start this fire, right, in an effort to get Al to come home, right? But when we looked, when the trial came and we got all of the evidence surrounding that night and the conversation pertaining to this quote unquote fire, most of the conversation centered around being afraid for Al to find out, right? Like we see in that video, she's, we're going to fix it. Don't worry about it. Your dad's not going to be mad, all the things. You know what I mean? So if it were to bring Al home, right, then why be afraid to tell him? Do you know what I mean? That part never really made sense. So okay, so here's Patricia's theory. All right, so Patricia says Letitia wanted G gone, and she tried to kill him with smoke inhalation so she could get away with it. G woke up and threw himself and blanket on fire. It's interesting. But see, this is the thing. And this is part of the reason we will not have answers to this specific portion of it is because of the way Letitia disposed of Yannen's body. Okay. Had she, what is going on here with the stream? Why is it? Oh no, it's on right. Okay. There's that element where she says, and if I'm remembering correctly, it is in text messages from Letitia to Harley. Okay. And she talks about having to stomp on Gannon to get the fire to go out. So to me, that sounds like an attempt at explaining bruising. Should bruising be found? And I don't think that Gannon started that fire. I don't think he lit that candle. I don't think he had anything to do with any of this. I think that Letitia is just straight evil, and whatever throwed off, messed up plan that she had, it went very awry. That's it. Whatever it is, we're never going to know for sure. All right, hold on.
But any statements that Ms. Boswell made to him that I bring that up outside. Since then,
Oh my God, stop
I
doing
misheard
this.
something. I think.
All right, hold on a minute. I'm going to rewind this because clearly I can't work volume. All right, here we go. Sorry, you guys.
One of the issues that came up when the state dismissed one count of the indictment and asked that prior to me cross-examining or asking Mr. Fraley about any statements that Ms. Boswell made to him, that I bring that up outside of the presence of the jury. Since then, it's my position, unless I misheard something, I think Mr. Harper questioned him about statements that Ms. Boswell had made to him. And I think that opens the door for me to be able to cross-examine him about the statements that were made as a doctrine of completeness. If you put in part of a statement, the whole statement.
Judge, I didn't elicit any testimony about what she said.
You asked if in a statement to him, she ultimately admitted that the child was dead.
Okay. But, I mean, for him to listen, I mean, it's self-serving hearsay. I mean, it's,
Well, I had to see the statement.
well, there's no written statement.
Once
There's
they,
no written statement.
it's recorded, it's 2 hours long, thereabouts. But once they ask, I think I'm entitled to ask about the entirety of the statement. I think that's the law. It's called, the court's well aware, it's the doctrine of completeness. The case law is replete with it.
Judge, it's hearsay. I mean, just it's flat out hearsay for him to try to put that in.
It's
Oh, wow, Patricia. Huh. You got to tell. While we're waiting for the jury to be brought back in. I need to know this. Because for me, personally, listening to Brandon Dassey's Brendan Dassey's interrogation, to me, the way that Brendan is led through that confession, to me, doesn't feel like a legitimate confession. It feels like a very coerced. And so Brendan, for me, is the one that I have not ever really had doubts about his actual innocence, just based on the confession and then the evidence itself. Like what Brendan says in his confession doesn't match up with evidence, and so that is a problem for me. So I don't think I've ever seen an orange MacBook before, but it does make sense that he would pick orange because of Tennessee, which is it? Is it University of Tennessee's? Whichever one is the Volunteers. You know, when I went to high school, we were the Volunteers too. Our colors were that, like, orange, blue, and white. Oh dear, poor Allie. Yeah, this is one of those traps in parenthood they don't talk about. Allie said, "Isn't it great when your teenager waits until last minute to tell you about something really important they need to attend?" Yes, anything last minute from a kid is always the best. Yeah, I can still do it, KD. I can still do our the Vols
803,
sign.
1.2, admission by party opponent. A statement offered against a party that is the party's own statement is not excluded by the hearsay rule. And in the entirety of 806, of the discussion of Rule 803, 1.2, well, in the book, it's section 8.06.1. But the rule is actually 803, 1.2. There is no discussion of the rule of completeness as applied to the exclusion of a party opponent admission. The only thing it says is that the person against whom the statement is used may testify. And of course, this is a criminal case, so she's not required to.
Judge, did the court refer to Rule 106, the Rules of Evidence? I think that discusses the doctrine of completeness in order to process a employee case. The case of State versus Torres from Tennessee.
This is why we have these issues pre-trial. That's why I set so many hearings before court.
Okay, Allie, I will. Thanks, babe.
I didn't expect they would dismiss that count of the indictment today, and do this.
One what?
106, Your Honor.
All right. So what I'm thinking is, the count that they dismissed of lying to police, right, had to do with lying to this specific officer, okay? But because when the officer testified, he said that Megan gave, I believe he said conflicting stories or stories that, something to that effect, that were lies. Now, the defense wants the opportunity to question him about those statements, even though he hasn't actually testified to what those statements were. What he said was, they turned out not to be true, something to that effect. Yes, Tracy. Tracy said, didn't she have like 11 charges for lying to police? Yes, because so she has first-degree premeditated murder, 2 counts of felony murder, child neglect, abuse of a corpse. There were a total of 19 charges. That's 5 so far. So I think the rest of them are lying. Jennifer, who's in charge of Googling about the defense counsel and also now math. I've nominated you for the math portion of the trial, Jennifer, so you have to be here every single day, including on Saturday, because apparently we're having trial on Saturday too. I'm going to need you for the maths. Says I think it comes to 12.
So, under a 106 evaluation, what, I guess my question is, I don't know what the rest of the statement says.
Well, that's exactly my point, Judge. There's nothing misleading about what I asked. I didn't ask anything about what Miss Boswell said. I didn't elicit any testimony whatsoever about a statement that she made. All I asked was whether or not she admitted that she was dead. There's nothing misleading about that, and nothing about what he's going to ask as far as that. All it does is further their theory. It doesn't in any way clear up any misconception or misleading information that I may have presented from that.
According to this Torres case from 2002, in the defendant's murder trial, the court erred in denying the admission of the videotape of defendant's statements.
No, Kelly, you haven't missed much.
Nothing on the videotape remotely implied that the defendant was innocent of the crime. So, not knowing, I don't know what's on this page. I haven't seen it. Today, hearing about it. So that's what I'm asking.
Judge?
Well, Jennifer, please keep Allie and I apprised of your driving schedule, and we shall accommodate.
I don't have to show that there's something misleading.
That's absolutely, he does. I mean, it's right out of the.
Can I finish? I'll listen to you. Okay. I mean, no disrespect to anyone here. I'm not trying to upset anyone. But in Torres, there was an issue about that. There are other cases besides Torres. That's the first one I pulled up. There's a State versus Brewer it's the same thing. It's an issue of fundamental fairness. They ask about the statement, then they say, I can't ask about the parts I want to ask about. And if we need to take a minute, I've asked the court for a minute so we can print a couple of those cases and make sure I want to do this right. I know you want to do it right.
Yeah. If you've got the cases, let me have them.
Okay. Judge, I think there's a good explanation in the unpublished case of State versus Dylan Brewer. That could be found at 2019 Westlaw 1109917. I forwarded that to your assistant and asked her if she would print it. I have not. And I've given that citation to the state as well.
And Judge, I would go back to the part, the rule requires that a writing or recorded statement or part thereof be introduced by a party. I did not introduce any part of her statement. I asked Detective Fraley if she ultimately admitted that her child was dead. I didn't ask what she said. I didn't ask how she did, if she did it, if she admitted she did it, if she said she didn't do it.
What you asked was if she made that statement to me, in which she get. I mean, I have her go back if that's what you want me to do. I mean,
I would further point the court, the footnotes to the rule of completeness 106 clearly talks. Mr. Scott said it didn't, but it clearly says, rule providing that when a writing or written recorded statement or part thereof is introduced by a party, an adverse party may require the introduction at that time of any other part or any other writing which ought in fairness to be considered contemporaneously with it.
ATS,
Provides
she
an
was
adverse
18,
party a
babe.
mechanism for putting portions of the writing into context if the portions would otherwise be misleading. There's nothing misleading about what I asked Agent Fraley. He's not trying to clarify anything. Unless he's in some way trying to insinuate that the child wasn't dead.
I have a question for both counselors. What you trying to ask, Mr. Defense Attorney? What's the questions you want to ask this witness here about those statements? That's what I want to know.
Yes, Judge, they're having a hard time going through. If we can have a minute, I'll collect and send them back. I just may need the time to do it. Back to your staff.
okay.
Your Honor, may I step out for a few minutes?
Yeah, we'll take. We're still on. We're still on the rail.
Now, this is the part about being a jury that I would no me gusta, okay? Because this happens all the time. There's tons of in-camera hearings, which is a hearing that takes place outside of the jury's presence, right? But this is the part that would be like, ugh, to me as a juror, where you're just, sitting around waiting because they're having an in-camera hearing. But I agree with the defense attorney in that it's important to get this right. And so if the judge decides to rule in favor of the defense here because they want to ask questions specific to the this is going to bug me. Hold on a second. They want to ask questions of this witness specific to the statements that Megan Boswell made. I'm not convinced, based on what they're saying in court right now and the arguments that are being made. Hold on 1 second. I had to burp, excuse me. Anyway, I'm not convinced, based on these arguments, that the state opened the door simply by asking a question along the lines of, did she ever admit or make a statement that Evelyn was dead? I don't think that qualifies as opening the door. Absolutely, CB. We have room. Come in, come in, come in. Come in, get you a seat. Let me say this. Four Eggs Wilson says, it's very warm here, 85. I already have a sunburn. I'm in San Antonio from West Virginia, PA. Don't miss the cold or snow. Okay, I'm in Texas, but far north Texas. In fact, I'm at the border between, not the panhandle, the other side, between Oklahoma and Texas. It's a 30-minute drive, I think, give or take, to Oklahoma from where I am. And it's cold here today. Now, let me tell you what the temperature currently is. Currently, it is 49 degrees. Let me tell you why, in my opinion, that's cold while we're just waiting for what's going to happen here, this ruling. All right. I am from Texas. Okay. I'm from the Metroplex area, but I have not lived in Texas for 7 years. I have not had, which means I've not had a Texas winter in 7 years. I lived in the Floridas for the last 7 years. I lived on the Gulf Coast by like Clearwater, Dunedin, Holiday, that area. So to me, this temperature of 49 degrees, while I recognize and appreciate that there are people specifically in the Midwest, farther north, and the Canadas, that they basically live in Antarctica, penguin weather, right? During the winter time. So I know it could be colder, but my retort to it being colder is it could also be warmer, which is what I would prefer. I'm really not a fan of the winters at all. But yes, Kristen, you got it. That's where I'm at. And I don't like it. I'm not a fan. I wasn't a. I'm not a fan today. I'm not going to be a fan tomorrow. Next week is out completely. And probably every winter from now until I'm no longer on this planet, I'm not going to be a fan of. I'm just not a fan of winter. And I don't actually mind the hot. I can take the heat. It's the cold. And it used to be the other way around when I was younger. When I was younger, I liked the cold. But like my body hasn't, even though I've been here for a couple of months now, my body hasn't acclimated. And this is another thing. Katie says, you miss needing a fan, poor Bindi. This is the thing. I love a fan. I love a ceiling fan. I love a floor fan. I love a fan. And apparently the winter or the summers here are hotter than they are in the DFW area. And so I'm kind of, I think I'll be fine with that because Florida is hot in the winter or in the summertime. Now, where I was in Florida, so they refer to where I lived in Florida, obviously on the Gulf Coast. They consider that to be South Florida. But obviously there are points in Florida that are more southern on the peninsula than I was. I feel like I was in the middle of Florida, right? On the Gulf Coast. But the further south you go, like towards Miami and stuff, it is far, far more humid there than it was in my part of Florida. I actually never really minded the humidity. I thought it was okay, actually. I moved, Scott, at the beginning of December. I moved back to Texas. So, and I'm glad that I did. Like I get to be with my grandbaby and my daughter, and I would move to Antarctica for those two, for sure. Now, having said that, for Pete's sake, what's going on? I would move to Antarctica for them. However, that being said, I would still complain about how cold it is in Antarctica. I just am not a fan of the cold. What are we doing here, y'all? Are we going to bring this jury back in anytime soon? What's going on? I will tell y'all, I do miss Texas, though. And I did get to have the two things that I missed, not the most from Texas, but right at the top of the things about Texas I miss. So I did get to have an ultimate cheeseburger from Jack in the Box. And let me just say, I didn't realize that they had changed the bun. And I was concerned that I wouldn't like the bun, but I did. I do. So the ultimate cheeseburger was delicious. And I actually just ordered the ultimate cheeseburger, not the ultimate cheeseburger with bacon, but they gave me an ultimate cheeseburger with bacon and it was delicious. Okay, so there was that. Also, Jack in the Box has changed the way they make their onion rings, which I also ordered. They were delicious as well. So 10 out of 10 would recommend. Now, the other thing I've been craving from Texas that I haven't had since I left Texas, Whataburger. I know not everybody has a Whataburger. If you do have a Whataburger, you are blessed because it's delicious. So I did get to have Whataburger, and it was good, and I'm glad, and I missed it. The other thing that I missed that I haven't gotten to have yet is Taco Casa. Now, let me be clear about this, okay? I'm not a huge fan of Taco Casa's food, okay? My husband is, but not me. What I like is Taco Casa sweet tea because they use the like the chips of ice, the Sonic ice, and their tea is just absolutely delicious. And I love some sweet tea. There's a couple of things I'll move heaven and earth for. Okay. My grandchildren, a cheeseburger, and sweet tea. Pretty much in that order. So I miss all of that. So you weren't a fan, Jen? Where in Texas were you? Because that makes a difference. Oh, Kristen, I do love Whataburger. And that is something that I miss. And it's another thing I miss in Texas that you can't really get in Florida is good Mexican food. Now, it's hard even to buy what you need to cook good Mexican food in Florida. Like they don't have this specific seasoning that I like. And it's the seasoning, but it's the brand of seasoning that I like that I couldn't find in Florida. Also, the other thing that I couldn't find in Florida when I want to make like cheater refried beans is I like the brand Gebhardt refried beans. And they don't have that in Florida. I was stuck buying Rosarita, and there's something that Rosarita, I don't know what y'all are doing over there to y'all's beans. I don't know what that spice is. It almost tastes like cumin that you're putting in the refried beans, but no me gusta. I don't like it. Yes, Texas has the absolute best ingredients to cook Mexican food. Now, I will say this, okay? The only thing about Texas that I don't like with respect to the Mexican food is their tortillas. See, where I'm from in Arizona, the tortillas are really, really thin. They're almost like paper, and they melt in your mouth, okay? And the tortillas in Texas are a little too thick for me, but I've gotten used to them. So I would rather have that. So there you go. Let's see. Are we behind? Is there a way we can get live? Let's see. I don't know what they're doing. I'm not a huge big fan of menu though. I just don't like it. It's I don't care for the texture of tripe. It's not even really the taste. It's the texture. I just don't I do have a really weird thing about textures. So, but yeah, now my husband was telling me that last week he found like this super good place for Mexican food here. It's kind of like a hole in the wall, which in my opinion is the best kind of place to find. And I'm excited to try it. Yes, Shauna, I did. I moved back to Texas at the beginning of December, actually. Yeah, I moved back to Texas. It was time to come home. It needed to happen. So we are here. And I'm excited about it, you know. I like mole, but it has to be made the right. There's two different ways to make mole, and sometimes some people make their mole with chocolate, and I don't like that. I'm not a fan. I'm not a fan. Like I am very weird about textures. Be real. For example, I love oranges. I love oranges. I love tangerines. I love tangelos. All of those. I love an orange. Anything in the orange family, right? But I don't like orange juice with pulp because I don't I don't like the texture of it. When eating an orange is different than drinking orange juice. And for me, having texture in a drink is not good. I don't like it. It's just one of those things. So yeah. Oh, horror host. See, it's opposite for me. All right. So I was born in Arizona and I lived there till I was 10. And then we moved to Texas. Okay. And I am not a huge fan of Tex-Mex. Like when we moved here, I remember we went out to get Mexican food at a restaurant, not like fast food. I'm not talking about like Taco Bell or anything like that, or even like Ponchos. Okay, which by the way, my husband and I we used to argue about when we were young. That was like we had very few arguments when we were young, but Ponchos was one we argued about because he swears Ponchos is delicious, and I swear Ponchos is caca. But I cannot remember where we went to eat, but I was so excited because they had tamales on the menu, and I love a tamale. Okay. So I order the tamales and the plate comes and they've got these beautiful tamales, but they've got like it looks like Wolf Brand chili over the top of them. And I said, what is this? And they said, this is chile. And I said, no, I don't. Can we scrape it off? Can we do something I can't do? I can't do the chili on top of tamales. And the other thing is, I'm picky about my salsa. I don't like cold salsa. To me, salsa should be warm in temperature. Not even room temperature I can take, but actually like been chilled in the refrigerator, no thank you. I don't like it. It should be warm. That's how I prefer it. So yeah. Why is Allie getting annoyed? Okay. So this is what's going on. It's annoying for me too, because we're just sitting here waiting. Okay, here we go. This is what's going on. They have, both sides have made their arguments about why, and I still don't know what the questions are that the defense wants to ask of this witness, right? But because they dismissed one of the counts of making a false report, I believe the count that they dismissed was specific to this detective. Because I noticed when they were reading off the list of indictments that when they were reading off the counts of false reports or essentially lying to police, they were specific about which police officers she lied to. So I believe the one that they dismissed had to do with Detective Fraley, who's on the stand right now. And the defense is arguing, hey, you asked him if Megan made a statement that admitting that Evelyn was deceased. And the prosecution said, yeah, I did ask him that, but I didn't ask him to go into any detail about the statement that she made. I asked a yes or a no question, and I got a yes or a no response. Okay. And the prosecutor is saying the questions you want to ask don't serve to clarify what he testified to on the stand. They serve to further your theory of the case, the defense's theory of the case. So both sides have made their arguments and cited case law, and they have emailed the case law to the judge's assistant, and I believe that they are printing those off, and then the judge is going to look at them and make the determination. So there's really not yeah. She did walk out. She did. Hold on. I'll rewind it for you, Allie. Which I want you guys to understand and be patient. And I appreciate that you are patient with me, because there's, unlike StreamYard, there is a 40-second delay between YouTube and Streamlabs. And so when you guys put it in the chat, I don't see it right away. Like, it takes a minute. You know what I'm saying? She must have asked for something, because I see the bailiff is speaking to her. He's obviously the office. Didn't they say not to be zooming in on their work computers, the camera operator person? Oh, I see. She's wearing black on green on khaki, it looks like. It's kind of hard because that sweater is quite long. But yeah, maybe she had to go potty or something. I don't know. But there you go. I don't know what's going on with her. I don't know. Maybe it's med time. Who knows? Well, I think, Allie, so we couldn't see it, but I think because she's just off camera, sitting next to her attorney to the left of him. And he looked like he was listening to her, like the officer did. Like, she said something and then he motioned for her to come over. So I'm thinking that it's a potty break, or she asked for it. Because usually, even if this was a long process, like even if the in-camera hearing was long, the because it's pertaining to evidence and testimony in her trial, she has the absolute right to be in the courtroom the entire time. They don't like say, oh, it's going to be a while and this ain't important. You can go, right? She can go if she wants to. She can make that choice, right? But they can't say, well, we don't want you. You've been loose for too long. We want to put you back. It doesn't work like that. So, oh, you're welcome, Allie. Anytime. I'll always rewind. I am watching the chat, but I just keep in mind, you guys, that there's a delay. So that's the only thing. Tracy, I wonder this too. Tracy said, I wonder if she knows she is never going home again or for a while. I mean, I don't know how attorneys would do this, right? Like this part of the job must be incredibly difficult for attorneys. I would imagine that when they have a client who they believe is actually innocent, meaning they're not in any way, shape, or form involved with the crime for which they are charged, this would be very difficult. But to have to prepare your client, who is, okay, so she was 18 at the time when these crimes were committed, 19, 20. Where's Jennifer? I need the math. 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. She's 23 now, or about to be 23. I don't remember exactly what her birthday is, but regardless, she's either 22, about to, and about to turn 23, or she is 23. So I don't know how you tell a 23-year-old that the truth is, look, like this would be hard for me as if I were an attorney. It would be very hard for me to say to a 23-year-old, look, bruh, you did it. I know you did it. You know you did it. And the jury's finna know you did it too. And so here's the deal. You finna spend the rest of your life. You are 23 years old. Conceivably, you could live another 50 years or more. And those 50 years or more will be spent behind bars. I don't know how you tell somebody that. Ooh, teacup Kraken. Mexican food question. I love roast red pepper crema, but don't always want to make it. Is it something they sell somewhere? I can't find it around here. Maybe somebody in the chat can answer that question because I'm not actually sure. Let's see. I'm hungry. And I want them to hurry up and get to the testimony so that I can eat. I'm kind of hungry. Well, this is an excellent point that Allie makes. She's correct. Leilani thought she was Leilani thought she was going home. And what's more is that Leilani now, I don't know if her attorney actually told her this because Leilani is again another lying liar face who tells lies, right? So I don't know if the attorney actually told her this, but she says that her attorney told her this and that she was going to be going home, or at the very least, that she didn't think that the state had proved the case. He didn't think the state had proved their case. I find that very difficult to believe. See, I feel like he might say something along the lines, as me sitting in the courtroom, I don't think that the state proved their case, but I was watching the jury. And it doesn't matter what I think, and it doesn't matter what the state thinks. At the end of the day, it matters what the jury thinks. And from my observations, Leilani, the jury is buying what the prosecution is selling. See, that seems like a conversation that's more like reasonable to have if you're Leilani Simon's attorney. But again, we don't know because you can't like actually take anything Leilani says for fact. Like, even if Leilani told me her name was Leilani, I would still need to see some proof. That's how much of a prolific liar she is. You know? That's a good point. Lucid Dreams. I am curious about that. So Lucid Dreams says, why are they outside the jury's presence with a witness on the stand? Okay, so sometimes that happens. We watched this happen with Sarah Boone. Okay, and when it happened when when the state had their expert witness on the stand, there was an objection and there was a and outside of the jury's presence hearing held right then and right there, and it had to do with the testimony that the state's witness had just given. Okay, the defense had a huge objection, and the witness was allowed to remain on the stand. And I think the reason that the witness is allowed to remain on the stand is because the objection and the outside of the jury's presence hearing has to do with the testimony that the witness just gave. So I think that's why. So Allie says agree, but her tone seems genuine-ish. It seemed she was really disappointed and really surprised. So I think maybe she didn't believe, or she did believe she was going home. She probably did believe that she was going home because she is that deluded. Okay. She has, the thing about our brains is they do amazing things that we don't even, without us even telling them to do it. Right. Our brains brains have all kinds of like built-in fail safes to protect us. Right. And sometimes those things one of the things that they do is we don't tell our brain to forget. In fact, if you actually try to forget something, it's hard, right? But there are some things that your brain is like, no. We don't need to deal with this. Let's just erase this data right now, right? And it does it automatically without you telling it. I think that Leilani has convinced herself that she did not do this crime. I think that she has told herself this lie over and over and over to the point that she actually believes the lie, which is actually scary. That's what I think it is. I think that okay, so our resident mathematician, Jennifer, needs to make an amended statement regarding the counts. Jennifer says, I have an edit to my earlier count. Tracy was right. Since they dropped a charge, it is now 11 counts of false reporting. Way to go, Tracy. I hang my head in shame. OMG. Now, this is a place that I haven't heard of in a very long time. And only a person who's been there knows this. This is not a widely known, it's a local thing. It's kind of like Dino's in Arlington. You you got to be a local to know. Don Juan's in Grand Prairie, Texas. I grew up eating that deliciousness. Let me tell you something about Don Juan's. It's delicious. They make good beans and they make good rice and they make good tamales. I love Don Juan's. I also love Dino Subs on Cooper in South Arlington. There's something about their oil and vinegar that they put on a sandwich. You have to ask for it, obviously, but there's something about the way that they mix that. I don't know what it is. I don't want to know what it is. I don't even care because it's just perfect the way that it is, and I don't need to know about that. But it's delicious. Now, I have not actually ever eaten at Billy Bob's, Scott, but I have eaten at Bobby V's. Now, my daughter and I have a fundamental disagreement about this, okay? My daughter says that she thinks that the fried pickles at Texas Roadhouse are the best fried pickles in all of the land. I disagree. I think that the best fried pickles in all of the land come from Bobby V's, also in Arlington. I've never eaten at Billy Bob's. I like Bobby V's. Bobby V used to be the manager for the Texas Rangers, and I believe he played for them too. I can't remember. It's been a long time. I'll tell you what, though, when we were driving through, I cannot believe how much Arlington has changed. I just can't. It's like, obviously there are some parts of it that look the same, but there are parts of it where I was like, where am I? This doesn't even look like, oh, you know what? That makes sense. That makes sense. Jennifer has a special report. According to Knox News, Megan is 24 and will turn 24 in March. Wait a minute. If she's 24, how's she mean 25? Or I'm confused now. That would make sense because if she were 18 at the time the crime was committed, they suspect that the crime was committed in December of 2019. Evelyn was not reported missing until 2020. So if she were 18 when the crime was committed, that would make her 18 in 2019. So yes, she is 23, about to turn 24. There we have it. There we go. Feel free to share Be Real if you would like to. Thank you, Jennifer, for coming in, for giving us the math of the age. I appreciate it. I never mind when people share channels, as long as, they're sharing the channels like in a good way. You know what I'm saying? She does remind me quite a bit of Casey Anthony. Okay. Now, I'll say this. As a kid, right, a teenager, an actual kid, I learned that if you're going to lie to your parents, right, if you're lying to your parents to avoid getting in trouble for something, it's best to stick with one lie. Don't change it up. Don't change your story. Just stay consistent in your story, i.e., it was like that when I got here. I don't know how that happened. I didn't do it. Of course, I went to school. I was late, and they marked me as absent, and they haven't fixed it. I don't know why it says that I was, absent 87 times. That's not true at all. Just tardy. I don't know what that lady in the front office is doing, Mom and Dad. I have no idea, right? But it seems to me like people, but this is lies about, harmless things. No, I didn't break that. Yes, I went to school. No, I'm not skipping. No, I don't know how I have, racked up 87 unexcused absences. Those are, in this grand scheme of things, and it's never good to lie, but those are lies that don't actually hurt anybody, right? Because even if I did have 87 unexcused absences, I was always on the A honor roll. Okay. So obviously, me not attending class was not impacting my actual grades, right? Just weren't challenging me enough. Anywho, Casey Anthony and Megan Boswell and Leilani Simon and Letitia and Diane Downs and Susan Smith are prolific liars. Like they lie when the truth is easier. Not only that, but the lies that they tell never make any sense. And even when they are confronted with the truth, they continue to lie. So yes. Oh, are we talking about oh yeah, Leilani's mom, yeah, I got it. What you mean skipping isn't harmless, Sarah? Who does it hurt? It wasn't hurting me. I still made straight A's. So who was it hurting? Oh, that's terrible, Tracy. Tracy says, oh my God, Jen Lou, my fourth period said I was enrolled 18 days in a row, not in any others. I was grounded for a month because it was another Tracy. Did I get apology from school or my parents? Nope. Now I will say this. The way that skipping is not harmless is when you want to go to college because they do look at your attendance. So in that way, it's not completely harmless. Now, you have to remember that when I was in school, okay, I was the class of 1995. So we're talking about 91, 92, 93, and 94, that time period, okay? And I never missed so much school that I was ever in danger of not meeting the attendance criteria to be passed. I attended, well, we had 7 periods, one of them being lunch, so 6, right? 6 classes every single day, right? An hour each. I think that I went to all 6 classes, I don't know, like 3, 4 days out of the week, okay? Many times what would happen is I would be going to school for the morning session, go to lunch, and excuse me, after lunch, I just was like not feeling like being educated. And so, excuse me, I would leave or we had off campus lunch. So sometimes I would just take an extended all the way till 2:15, which is when we got out of school, or 2:45. All the way to 2:45, I would take an extended lunch, sometimes. All right, the judge is back. We are, for whatever reason, I guess they're going to go get Megan, focused. We've really zeroed in on this door, apparently. Yeah. What's MK say? Okay. I used to skip school to get the new Jordans when they came out. I don't like to say that I skipped school. Like, I think that's because that's not completely accurate. I feel like skipping school is when you skip the whole day. I prefer to say that I took an extended lunch because I was there in the morning, and there were just some days. Oh, okay. Now we have a full-on view. She's wearing a green blouse over with a white skirt, it looks like, and a black cardigan long sweater. That's the OTD outfit of the day for Megan Boswell. And I'm curious about her outfit of the day. Is she, for example, like Sarah and other Letitia, who like they, have like basically a closet for defendants for them to have street clothes to wear, or is somebody bringing her these street clothes? And you know what else I want to know? What's the deal with her fam? She accused her mother of having Evelyn and keeping Evelyn from her because she owed her money, right? The defense has thrown Tommy, her father,
Scott, you handed me
under the bus. Let's see what's going on. They're back.
3, 4 cases.
4, I think. They're right here. Judge, I handed you the unpublished case of State versus Brewer, and that case contains a pretty good explanation that it does cite to several published cases. If you go to, if the version you have of Brewer has a page 12 at the bottom, does it?
Yep.
If you go down to the last paragraph of page 12, it talks about 106 is a rule of timing and admissibility, and talks about whether it's not immediately clear where it would admit the introduction of otherwise admissible hearsay. That paragraph goes on to state, though, however, it has long been the law in the state when a part of a confession or admission is entered into evidence, the defendant is entitled to have the jury consider the entire confession. That cites Curry versus State, 397 Southwest 2nd, 179 at 181. That's Tennessee Supreme Court, 1965. And Samblin v. State, 387 Southwest 2nd, 817 at page 820, and that's, again, Tennessee Supreme Court, 1965. And they go on in this case, they talk about when a confession is admissible, the whole of what the accused said upon the subject at the time of making the confession is admissible and should be taken together. If the prosecution failed to prove the whole statement, the accused is entitled to put into evidence all that was said to him or by him at the time which bears upon the subject of controversy, including exculpatory or self-serving declarations connected herewith. It is for the jury to say what weight shall be given to several parts of that.
Hey, Scott, you want me to write you a note? I'm a good note writer. I can write you a note for work. I'll get you excused.
Prisoner and reject that which tends to exculpate him. And that's a direct quote from State versus Robinson, 622 Southwest 2nd, 62 at page 71, Tennessee Supreme Court, 1980. And in this case, in Brewer, the Court of Criminal Appeals goes on. This case is kind of almost on all fours the way I see it. The Rule 106 here in Brewer, the state examined on direct examination a witness about a statement. It did not put in a play that it put the physical statement in, nor did the officer read the statement verbatim. But they said the rule of fairness should allow you to place the whole statement in. And I think, Mr. Fraley was asked in this case, he was asked about taking a statement. I think he was asked a couple of times about taking a statement. And he was asked about her admitting that the child was dead. Well, certainly in a missing persons case, when you admit to the police that it's been shown and alleged that you're lying to, and Mr. Fraley, although the court granted an objection, said earlier that she was telling lies. And then when she fesses up and says the baby is dead, certainly the court should take that as a confession. And I think he was asked about the baby being dead, and the response was that the baby was dead, among other things. So that leaves that out there for the jury to be wondering what the other things are. That's my recollection. That's Mr. Horn's notes. Now, that's essentially my argument. I'll rely on the other cases I gave you, but I think that Brewer case gives the best explanation. Although it's an unpublished case, the cases it cites to certainly are published. And if you have any questions, I'll be glad to answer those. If not, I'll yield to Mr. Harper.
Yeah.
Judge, I would agree with Mr. Scott. I think the Brewer case is on point. I would disagree with him as to how he's reading it, however. One, I don't think anything about what I elicited was in any way a confession by Miss Boswell. And two, I would rewind a little bit from where Mr. Scott quoted on page 12 of the opinion. Because the danger that we're trying to avoid here is misleading the jury by providing only inculpatory parts or parts that somehow make the defendant put the defendant in a bad light, and not putting forth the parts that are inculpatory or in some way would mislead the jury about the proof. And then the paragraph above where Mr. Scott quoted the rule of completeness that was explained by the Supreme Court, it talks about that the rule must do one of the following, and then it lists four things. One, explain already admitted proof. Two, place admitted proof in context. Three, avoid misleading the trier of fact. Or four, ensure a fair and impartial understanding of the already admitted proof. Well, what he's trying to elicit doesn't do any of that stuff.
See, that's my problem. My problem is I don't know what he's trying to do.
Well,
I've not been told yet.
All right, I guess I'll go ahead. I believe he's trying to elicit that what Miss Boswell told Agent Fraley was that her...
Fraley, step out.
And Mr. Scott can correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe what he's trying to elicit is that Miss Boswell told Agent Fraley that Hunter Wood, the defendant's boyfriend, rolled over and killed the child. And that was what she told Agent Fraley at that time. I don't know how that corrects in any way his statement that she admitted the child was dead. I mean, if anything, that's the fact she was there is more inculpatory to elicit that than it is correcting any sort of misleading impression that might be out there as a result of what Agent Fraley's already testified to.
Are you satisfied that that's an accurate summary of what the proof is, or do I need to hear the whole 2 hours?
I would...
Because there's, in this case of the case, I don't recall which one it is, but I read that one of the arguments was that the defendant on possibly the post-conviction case, there was argument that
No, Scott, you're not missing anything. Like,
summary.
I have to agree with the prosecutor here, okay? if her attorney is allowed to cross-examine when it's his turn to cross-examine this witness and allowed to ask Detective Fraley what exactly she said with respect to Evelyn being dead, I don't see how that's going to help her. It doesn't help her. I mean, she's charged with 11 billion counts of lying. So I don't get it.
And I guess what I'm trying to say right now is it's fundamentally unfair, and I think it does satisfy at least one or two of those things that Mr. Harper's talking about in the paragraph above from Brewer. Explains the already admitted proof and puts it in context. Well, right now you have a case where the jury's heard this TBI agent say, yeah, she's lied, and she's basically led us on wild goose chases, but she finally admits the baby's dead without putting in the full explanation of what she told them. And I think for the jury to hear that, there's no mention of anyone else and what was put in. She tries to explain to him what happens, and I think it explains it, and it avoids misleading the trier of fact from the standpoint of the jury. You don't know what this proof is. Mr. Harper and me, Mr. Harper, Ms. Maskill, we know it, and I think you said that's where you're struggling. Well, you have.
Obviously, it's where I'm struggling because the test that the Tennessee Supreme Court has given to the trial judge is that it is an issue of fundamental fairness. It isn't an issue of one snippet of one statement misleads the jury. That's not the test. That's not the question. The question is it fundamentally unfair if I, as the trial court, don't allow you to put in the entirety of the statement based on the very narrow, and I understand General Harper was being very careful and cautious in what he was asking. So what I think where we're at is that I'm going to have to, is it transcribed? Is it audio? Is it video?
Right. It's 2 hours. I guess we could fast forward to that.
I think I've got a clip of just that portion.
Well, here's the other thing. If you want to give me just a clip, obviously it speeds it up today, but then if the jury ultimately convicts, then on post-conviction or during the appeal, the argument's going to be, oh, well, the judge didn't review the entirety of the statement, and therefore he couldn't have made an appropriate determination. Here's where we're at. It's my opinion, and believe me, there's nobody in this courtroom who wants to keep this case moving. But it's my opinion that you're going to have to give me the audio, video, or whatever it is, and I'm going to have to go back in chambers, and I'm going to have to review it. And then I can come out here and make a decision based on this law. I think that's where we're at. I don't want to send the jury away, but I'm not going to make them sit out here for 2 hours.
I think maybe you're going to have to. I mean, if I'd have known this was going to come up, if they'd have known, we'd have brought this up. But
I'm not mad at anybody.
But I do think the court needs to consider when you do this, is this a confession? Because those state Supreme Court cases that are cited in Brewer go back to 1965, and I don't think
I'm going to tell you what I'm going to do. And the last case that you gave me gives me this freedom. I'm not going to go back to 1965. I'm going to rely on the rules of evidence as they've been enacted in this state now for some time, and the cases that talk about the rules of evidence. 1965 predates our rules of evidence.
I understand that.
And even our Supreme Court in one of these cases says, look, the defendant in that case made arguments relying on the old cases. And the Supreme Court said, look, we're gonna look at this under what the rules of evidence say. And that's where that's my story.
Okay. I want you to understand, my position is this. I think the defendant, under due process protections given to her by both the Tennessee Constitution and the federal Constitution, has a right to fundamental fairness. And I think those cases, that's what they're talking about, is fundamental fairness. So
I think I just said that.
I'm not sure that there's a difference between, if there's, the rules of evidence provide for fundamental fairness. I understand what you're saying. Let's make that example. And if I'm wrong, I think we're on the same page at least, is what needs to be done.
I mean, we've been back and having this hearing outside of the jury's presence since 12:15 my time. All right, it's 1:38 my time, which means it's 2:38 their time. So it's been an hour and a half.
I'll find it. I'll comment about it when we get
Yes, sir.
But at the end of the day, this,
where we're at right now. Is I'm gonna have to bring the jury in. I'm gonna send them, since this is day one and they've not been to the hotel yet, I'm gonna go ahead and just send them to the hotel. So I'm gonna have to, is it listen to or watch?
It's video.
It's video.
All right. And we may have the whole issue about whether I can see and hear what's being said.
oh my
I had another
gosh.
case where I had Sullivan County videos that I could not hear.
These are pretty clear, Judge. There should be any problems.
So I need to bring the jury in. Lieutenant, so you know, I'm gonna go ahead and send them to the hotel.
Yes, sir.
Let them get settled in. And we all take them out.
Yes, sir.
We'll start back on that. But I need to go in.
Your Honor, I think did we not get in that other case, those
I
statements
still
with the
got it.
Bluetooth?
I still got this.
Did it work that way? Okay.
But I had to think of it.
Okay.
I didn't know Tennessee had two different time zones. I guess that makes sense. Hey, Mrs., you left Florida too? This is, I mean, I understand that look,
One stand, please.
I get the deal here. It's important. The trial needs to be right. Megan does have the presumption of innocence. She does. This is all things for appellate issues, really. This is to preserve the record for appeals, right? Do it right once, so you don't have to redo it. I get it. But at this point, the jury, you know, they've been having this hearing for so long that honestly, they could have played the statement in its entirety for the judge back in his
Maybe
chambers,
Steve, thank
and
you.
they could have had a ruling by now. But now this, I don't know what, now they're going to send them back, but are they done for the day or what?
I hope you enjoyed lunch first. Second, we've got a legal issue that's come up that I have to do a little bit of research so I can come to the right conclusion. And it's going to slow us down a little bit. But since this is the first day of sequestration, I'm going to go ahead and have the officers take you to the hotel so you can get settled in. Your luggage should already be there. I think they've already told you all that. Then they'll take you out to dinner tonight to some undisclosed restaurant
Ooh.
somewhere in the Tri-Cities. But before you go, I'm required by law to give you certain admonitions. One, you're not to communicate with other jurors or anyone else.
I saw that,
about any
Allie.
subject connected with this trial. You're not to form or express any opinion about the case until it is finally submitted to the jury. You're to report promptly to this court any incident involving an attempt by any person to improperly influence any member of the jury. You're also to report promptly to the court a juror's violation of any of these admonitions. You're not to read, watch, or listen to any news reports concerning this case. You are to decide this case solely on the evidence introduced in this trial. Okay? Now, we'll start back at 9 o'clock in the morning, and I will see you then.
One second, please.
Peace out. All right, so, yeah, we just jumped up to 116. All right, so here's the deal. I get it. All right, this is an important matter, and the argument is that when the state asked the detective if Megan Boswell ever admitted to Evelyn being dead, and he answered yes, okay, the argument made by the defense is,
You may be seated, thank you.
if he's going to make if he's going to testify to
We'll be in recess till
part of the statement, the jury I ought to be able to question, and the jury ought to be able to hear about what else she said in the context of this. I ought to be able to question, and they ought to be able to hear about the entire context. Now, I don't know why this is a big deal at this point in the trial, because it would seem to me that any and all statements that Megan Boswell made would be admitted into evidence, and therefore the jury would be allowed to hear them. So I'm also not an attorney, so I don't understand the potential legal ramifications of overruling the defense's objection. Okay, I don't, because I'm not an attorney. I don't. I listen. I don't like Megan. I think what she did is fundamentally deplorable. She showed a depraved indifference to human life, and more importantly, or probably worse of all, is that depraved indifference she showed was directed at her own child. A child period is bad, awful, the worst, right? But your own child, there's something extra sinister about a person like that. Okay. But at the end of the day, and I would rather have the judge take this time to do it right the first time, because let's say she gets convicted. Let's say that they convict her and they sentence her to life without the possibility of parole. All right. She's going to appeal. Now, she doesn't have automatic appeals because it's not a death penalty case, but she does have appeal. She's going to appeal. Most defendants appeal. And who wants to go, let's say on down, down the process of down through the appeals process, she gets granted a new trial. Then the whole process starts all over again. So I'd rather avoid that if we have to take the first day. And yes, I agree that this should have been hashed out and worked out. And in a way it was. Okay. But, according to, and this is the way the judge feels about this, the way that it's not so much the answer, it was the question, right? And that is where there's cause for concern. So the question was, did Miss Boswell ever admit that Evelyn was dead? And he said yes. And so I feel like I understand why the judge wants to do this and do this right and do it on the first day. I get it. But for me personally, the defense is saying, that sounds like she confessed to the crime. Well, I mean, certainly you're free to think that the jury might make that assumption. But again, we're on day one, witness one. Okay, let's start there. And Megan McMinney statements to police, all of which were preserved, recorded audio and video. And I would imagine that the state intends, because they've charged some of the counts that she's charged with are false reporting, which is lying to police. Well, how do you prove that somebody lied to police? We have to play what the heck they said, right? And then you have to show how it's a lie. So it would seem to me that her statements are going to come in. So I don't understand why like, I don't get what the defense's argument is and why this is a big deal to them, because it doesn't seem like a big deal to me in the long run. But I guess what I'm saying is I can appreciate that. I can appreciate the judge is exercising caution. Now, Horror Host says that her statements can be used against her when presented properly. The issue at hand is that in the defense's opinion, it wasn't elicited properly with the witness, from my understanding. Yes. So what they're saying is, but they don't want, the defense is not wanting, what they want to do is they want to ask the witness about her statements. And so I'm not sure which, her statements to him. And what I'm not sure of is, does the state intend on using this witness, right, to lay the foundation for the introduction of a statement to law enforcement? Or do they intend to use this witness for that? That's what I don't understand. That's the part that's where I'm stuck at and wondering, is this, a big deal? And Scott, this is also accurate. The defense is fighting now because right now the burden is on the state. Much easier to win now than on appeal, where the burden is on the defense. Yes. And that's something that a lot of people, I'm glad you brought this up, because a lot of people don't know this. When somebody has been convicted of a crime, Sarah Boone, you might want to pay attention to this, lady. The burden of proof shifts entirely. It is no longer on the state. In fact, the evidence is shown in the light which is most favorable to the state during the appeal process. So the defendant has the entire burden of proof during the appeals process. And that is why Sarah Boone, in her appeal, the arguments that she made for getting a new trial are absolutely caca. They are not going to win. Not even as she escalates her appeals, right? So at the trial judge level, the judge said no dice. All right. So then it will move up and move up and move up. And eventually it will end up in the state Supreme Court, not the U.S. Supreme Court. Sarah, pay attention to what I'm saying here, because you have a long way to go to the U.S. Supreme Court. You're just going to be at the state Supreme Court. Now, I would imagine the state Supreme Court is going to look at the arguments. They're going to look at the way that Judge Kranick ruled, respective to the issues that are raised on appeal, which one of them is there should have been a mistrial declared right when George's mom had her had an emotional moment in front of the jury. Bruh, shut up, Mr. Owens. It's ridiculous. Anywho, that's just one of the arguments. The fact that she wasn't allowed a continuation when Mr. Owens came on board, even though the judge had sufficiently warned everybody, including Sarah Boone and any attorney even thinking about taking her case, right, that he was not going to grant a continuation for a new attorney. That was not going to be sufficient to grant a continuation, because that had happened. That's why we were where we were in this case. That's why it took so long for this case to go to trial, because every time an attorney would quit, the new attorney, the first thing they did was file a motion for continuation because they needed to get, apprised of the case. And so anyway, none of this, so yeah. Okay. So then now Horror Hose, this is a good question. Says, isn't it the case that the defense can't present the party's own statements unless the party testifies? If the statements are presented by the prosecution, they can be crossed, but not introduced by the defense. Yes. So for example, in this situation, okay, let's take Megan Boswell, right? If the defense wants to get Megan's statements in, right, then Megan has to testify. The statements that she gave to police, Megan must testify. Conversely, right, the state doesn't have that same, the rules don't work that way for the state. The state can introduce statements made by a party opponent, i.e., Megan Boswell, the defendant, and Megan doesn't have to testify. That's correct. That's correct. So, I just feel like, I think this is an abundance of caution, which I always appreciate. But, I was hoping that we would get a little bit more testimony. So now we know, okay? We started with Detective Fraley, and we're going to end with we ended with Detective Fraley, and now we're going to begin in the morning with the same witness. All right. I don't know how much more testimony he's going to give, given the fact that, because the state hadn't passed the witness at break. But, so anyway, can y'all even believe it? Doesn't feel like I've been live for 6 hours. Maybe for y'all it does. Maybe you're like, golly, Jen, they just ended already. Shut up. But all right. So Horror Hose says, so if the defense wants to use her statements in their cross-examination of this witness, it could be resuscitated by the prosecution. However, they may not be prepped for that with this witness. Right. See, I think that so to me, it seems like every time they read off one of the charges of false reporting, okay, there was always two names listed. So what I'm thinking is, do they intend to call another detective to the stand, and that is whom they're going to elicit the testimony from that allows them to admit Megan Boswell's statements into evidence? Did that make sense? Did I say that right? Not tonight, Jen. Not tonight, babe. You good. Tomorrow listen, tomorrow I'm going to need math. I already know it. I don't know what math I'll need, but I definitely know we're going to need math because math happens in every dadgum trial. So it feels like to me that they never intended, the state did not intend to use this witness to elicit testimony that would then allow the prosecution to put Megan Boswell's statements into evidence. Because to me, also, and this is something that Allie and I were talking about on the break, it feels a little, the way that the state is presenting the case so far is sort of out of order. Like they've put the cart before the horse. And the only reason I can think of for them doing that is maybe something like scheduling. Perhaps they had to start with this witness because maybe this is the only day that maybe the witness only had 2 days that they could do it. Maybe they're testifying in another trial, or perhaps the witnesses they intended to start with weren't available today. Could work either way. And so that's because, we still haven't heard from a witness that actually reported Megan Boswell, that reported Evelyn Boswell missing. See, and to me, or this horror host says, congratulations on finally going to law school. So proud of you. The state could be structuring their case to directly respond to the charges in order. See, I mean, yeah, but this is the thing. I think when this is a kind of a complex case, okay? Because they have to prove that Megan Boswell is the one who took Evelyn Boswell's life. And when you live and reside on a property, right, that has multiple homes with multiple people, right, sometimes that can be a little, they all had access, is my point. Okay, this isn't just like a single family home. And granted, they lived in separate homes, but they all lived on the same property. So they would, they'd have to prove that. I just think that for me, my preference is I think it's easier for a jury to understand a crime when the case is presented chronologically in the order in which the events happened. And that's just me. That doesn't mean that, like, if I were on a jury, that's how I would want to hear the case. I would want to hear the case in the order in which it happened. And I will say this. I forgot to mention this at break, but did you guys notice that the states, when they started their opening statements, they said, you're going to hear a little bit about Evelyn Boswell. And that is what breaks my heart, because no truer statement has ever been made, really. That's true. The sad fact is that when it comes to a trial, yeah, obviously, they talk about the victim because they're the victim of the crime of which the defendant is accused, right? But the focus in a trial is really less on the victim, and it's more on the defendant and what the defendant did. And the only time you really hear about the victim is at the end of a trial when victim impact statements are made. And that just makes me so sad. I know that's the way it has to be because that's the way the system is and that's the way the system works. And I get that. But it just makes me really sad, to think, I don't know what that's what I'm waiting for, horror host. I'm waiting to see who their next witness is. I think that when they call their second witness, we will have a much better idea about the way how they're going to present their case. So, all right, you guys. Well, I'm going to let you guys go for now. Alex Erickson's channel is going to go live later and talk about some things, and I will be there for that, and I hope you are too. Thank you all for joining me today. If you haven't done so, please do your girl a favor and give me a thumbs up on the stream. I will see you later on over at Allie's channel, and I will see you guys back here bright and early on this channel for day 2. All right, you guys have a great rest of your day, and I'll see y'all later. Bye.
Cause it's Friday, you ain't got no job, and you ain't got shit to do. Well, fuck you.
No malicious intent or effort was towards it.
No malicious.
Finish her!
Minutes later.
We all do a little mad sometimes.
And you know this, man.